Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Sorry, I'm a little late today doing the regular live stream. Usually it's 12, but got sidetracked on a few things, but I still wanted to do the live stream because got a lot of feedback from my last video regarding physicalism. A lot of people wonder whether it's another form of solipsism, or does this entail some sort of other belief systems on top of it? How is it symmetrical to atheism, for example, and other rejections of beliefs and things like that? So I just wanted to take some call-ins if anybody was interested to ask questions about it, challenge me on it. I'm up for it. Hey, Von Eric, how you doing, sir? And if you want to call in, man, please do. In fact, I need to put up the link, don't I? I need to put up that StreamYard link so that people can do exactly that. So there it is. Call in. I want to talk about what does rejecting physicalism entail? I did that video on it. Again, physicalism is the metaphysical position that the only thing that exists is the material world or the physical world. And that, for me, is something that I think I can reject reasonably. The same reason that I reject God or gods. There's not enough sufficient evidence to make that leap. So that's kind of what I'm talking about, going over that idea. If anyone has any questions, please call in. Glad to see you're doing good, Von Eric. It's been a while since we spoke. I remember every time we spoke, it was really cool, really nice. So if you want to talk about that, that's cool. If you have any questions about it, or if you want to talk about why I reject God, that's also a good topic, you know. And again, you know, I'm not a scientist. I'm not a professional philosopher. I'm just a layperson doing philosophy. I like following science. I have some college, you know, psychology, have a big background in religion. So there's a few things I know that I draw from. Plus, I'm an old man, so I got life behind me. Von Eric, what's going on, my brother? How you doing, man? You are muted.
No, doing pretty good. Blessings to you.
Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you, brother.
It's no problem. Now, I would just want to, because I don't know a lot about it as far as the materialism and, like you said, physicalism and stuff like that. So
yeah, physicalism.
I just want.
Yeah, so physicalism is like a philosophy, and it's a idea that everything that exists, everything is physical, whatever that's supposed to mean. For me, the physical, I don't reject physical things. Like, obviously, this microphone's real, you're real, I'm real, my computer's real, all this stuff is real. It's part of reality. But physicalism is to say that everything is constituted of this stuff we call the physical, right? And for me, the physical is that which can be described, measured, predicted on, and we deal with it every day. Is everything that way? I don't think so, because closer examination of, say, a physical object like this microphone is made of metal, there's plastic, there's all sorts of properties, what we call properties in philosophy. But if you take away some of these properties, like its shape, its function, the things that it's made of, it stops being a microphone at that point, right? So everything for me is ultimately relational. So the only reason things exist as we define them is because of their mutual dependencies on other properties. And even those properties, you can reduce further to where those properties are defined in terms of their properties, like all the way down to an electron. An electron is made of like mass, spin, charge. But if you take any of those properties away, it stops being an electron, right? So,
but it still exists as physical, though, right?
Yes, it'll exist as a physical, what we call a physical describable property.
Okay.
But all of those things, including the bare, quarks and subatomic particles, are all just relationships within themselves to make up the things we call these physical things, right? Now, the relations themselves are not things. They're sort of like rules of reality, right? The rules of reality are not things, but they are the precondition for things to be what they are. Does that make any sense?
What do you mean precondition?
Yeah, precondition is kind of like before you can have a wave, you have to have an ocean. If the ocean wasn't there, you're not going to have a wave. So you have to have a precondition, which would be, in this case, in my analogy, would be a wave. So it's kind of like that.
What about things that you cannot see? Would that still be consist of physical?
When you say see, you mean just with your eyes, or do you mean your perception, or
both? Both. Like you did the analogy when it comes to the wave. When what you cannot see is a part of the wave too, right?
Yeah, like there are things that we don't sense that could be considered physical. Like they talk a lot about this thing called like dark matter, for example. Like we don't see dark matter, but supposedly it interacts with the physical world. In other words, you see gravitational pull on planets and stuff like that. And people are like, well, what is it that's causing this gravitational force, right? And so they put this label out there because they can't see it, they can't perceive it, and they describe it as dark energy or dark matter, for example, right?
Or something that they cannot see, right?
That they cannot see.
They cannot see, but it's doing something that they can feel or sense, like you said, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So it relates, even dark matter relates to matter. That's how we know it exists as such, because of its relational appearance to us, So that's what I'm kind of getting at, is that beyond the physical, there are these relational principles at work, which aren't physical things in themselves, but they give us the precondition to describe stuff. And then if you think about, okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Finish what you were saying.
I already forgot.
Okay. Well, how does this, when it comes that you say that there's no gods, are you using this to your point to say that as evidence, I guess, to say that there's no God?
No, actually, not at all. Not at all.
Okay.
So the thing about God is, I don't know if there's a God or not, right? Because, well, for one thing, I don't know which God we're talking about or what a person might mean by the claim. So I can't say it doesn't exist if I don't even know really what we're talking about, right? But if someone were to describe it and say like, oh, God is this thing that created everything, it's a he, it's it's all good, it's got all the omni properties.
It could be a she too.
Could be a she, yeah. Any way you describe it. But the God itself, I have never observed. So I just don't know, because I've never experienced it, seen it, or anything like that. And rational people believe in God, obviously, right? But I reject the belief, not because I know it can't be true or it's impossible that a God can exist, but just because I have no knowledge of these things, you know? And so it's the same, it's in that way, it's the same as my aphysicalism. I've never experienced this physical thing that's beyond the physical, you know, this all encompassing material thing or physical thing. I've never experienced such a thing.
Correct.
But you
believe it though, right?
Believe in physicalism? No, I don't believe in physicalism. I reject it.
Oh, you reject it as rejecting
for the same
God.
reason, right? For the same reasons, right? So that's
Is
where
it
they're
because-
kind of symmetrical.
Is it because you haven't seen enough evidence, or the things that is being defined when it comes to physicalism doesn't add up?
Yeah, like with God, it's less so much that, like, for God, let me the way I put it, like for God, a God could exist probably easier than physicalism would, I would think, because God is not defined in such a way that doesn't meet certain criteria. Like I'll lay out something for you, right? So I have like, whenever I evaluate like a claim or a teaching or a proposition or anything like that, I have for myself 4 criteria, and I call these virtues, right? And so the first virtue is parsimony, which means I don't want to assume unnecessarily a lot of things that aren't necessary, you know, unnecessary assumptions. So I stay away from a lot of unnecessary assumptions, and I only build on the things that I know about, right? That keeps me from breaking like down into like a point of failure at any point, you know. Well, if this happens, then that happens. But if that happens, but those are a bunch of ifs, and if the ifs fail, you know, the whole thing crumbles. So I stay away from that. So
I do that
parsimony. Parsimony is one.
I would just say I do the same too, because it keeps my mind from going astray. Sometimes my mind. So sometimes I had to keep myself grounded for at moments. I let it go, because sometimes things is broader than an understanding that I'm focused on. So I may stray a little bit, but most of the time I try not to let my mind astray, because then I have to account for every little thing that
you got so many things that in themselves need explanations, and it gets you get driven down that rabbit hole.
Get convoluted with so much information. It's hard to
and so the second one would be internal consistency. So like if I have a model, say like my model is relational non-dualism, right? Then I would want that model to be internally consistent with itself. So like this is key to where physicalism kind of fails for me too. Number one, physicalism is not parsimonious, because you've already have to assume a lot of unnecessary things, like an outside physical world outside of your own experience, right? Anything outside of your experience is just an assumption. So you're already using your imagination. But then two, you got this internal consistency. So it's kind of like, if I come up with a model, but there's an internal contradiction, then that kind of like risks it being false, because contradictions can't really exist, right? Like, you know, you can't have a married bachelor. Like, it's just illogical. So I would want this to be consistent with itself. So like physicalism would say, for example, physicalism would say all things are physical, right? But then on physicalism itself, like not even on physicalism, but on science, science measures all the way down to the Planck scale. That's like the smallest level that you can measure anything. But at that point, everything disappears. You can't measure anything beyond that. And it's not just we don't have the instruments to measure or anything like that. It's in principle at the Planck scale, everything bottoms out. If you were to shine more energy so that you could have a higher resolution to see beyond the Planck scale, you will create what's called a black hole. And then you would suck up your entire laboratory in the process of trying to drill down beyond the Planck scale, right?
So they don't go.
You can only go so deep. And the number is 10 to the minus 33 meters for that, and then for time it's like 10 to the minus 45 in time, Planck time. So
go ahead.
And I was just going to say that in itself on the physical sciences lets us know that we can only go so far to measure. So already we have a contradiction with the idea that everything is physical. Well,
but it's a contradiction. But it's a contradiction because of the rules that are set up that you don't go beyond, correct?
Right. Okay. It's within the rules itself, the framework. That's what I mean by framework or model.
Framework. Okay.
So you can only abide by the rules within the framework.
Okay.
So if it's like I couldn't like come up with my own rules, like, oh yeah, well, no, you'd have to, like, physicalism, the rules with physicalism is the only thing that really counts is the science measuring the physical world. That's what science does. It measures the physical world.
See, to me, I see what you're saying, but to me, that's me personally, I would like sometimes to go past those rules because like you said, you can't make your own rules, but they made the rules. Someone had to make a rule, just what you're speaking of.
Yeah, it's interesting how they get to these rules and why do they, like, it's not as arbitrary as it may seem.
Right.
Like, it's like with any discipline, it's like even the game of chess has rules in it,
Correct.
Everyone has to have a rule in order for the game to be played correctly according to the game.
Yeah, according to the yeah. But some things that we see in our history, rules has been broken to make a broader understanding, to get a broader understanding. Correct or no?
Yeah, like what example can you think of?
Baseball, sports.
Well, I mean, like in, say, the physical sciences or something that like progresses as far as our technology, medicine, something we can see.
Well, okay, that's something. Rules has been broken in medicine, that it started out at one thing, but then as time went on, they went past those rules and came up with a stronger medication. Right?
Yeah.
I think look at Coca-Cola. They started out as, that drug that was in Coke, and then they distracted it, a lot of it, and it's best-selling soda. So look at what was the other drug? I think start with a T. But just about a lot of drugs that we see today, being generic or not generic, they have went past the rules to come up with something that is sufficient that you can take. Nowadays you can now it's so different now. But just in that right there, rules has been broken to come up with a solution that is better than what it was.
Yes, and I would even go further, and I would say that the rules were expanded even, because what happened was new discoveries can change the rules and expand the rules. Like one example I like to think of, like Newton, he's famous for discovering, quote unquote, gravity, right?
Correct.
And he talks about gravity, how it functions. He has a whole calculus on it, mathematics and all of this kind of stuff. But then Einstein came along and totally turned gravity on his head. And now gravity is no longer like a force. Gravity is kind of like a curvature of space-time, for example. So the rule was broken.
Right.
But Einstein didn't just arbitrarily create the rule.
Right.
He discovered something. So in the beginning, maybe it was sort of like a mathematical equation, kind of like an imaginary idea. Says, well, if this imaginary idea were to work, then this is how it may work. And he has the math to describe it. But then he kind of went out and we tested and we see observations. We make predictions. So we say, well, if, gravity is the curvature of space, time, and all of this, then we can detect things like gravity waves, or we should see time dilation. And what do we see? Now we have GPS where they have to account for the time dilation all the time in order for the time to be accurate. And then we've discovered gravity waves. We have the CMB, the whole, measurements of light and things like that, like how fast it travels. And, and so we have a lot of testable experiments to see if whether Einstein, if he's correct, then this should happen based on that. And then when it happens and it keeps meeting so many experiments, then we can say, oh, this is a fact. So now it changes the rule and it changes and expands our understanding of gravity to where it's no longer just limited to Newton's understanding of gravity. Because remember, he had math. He came up with the mathematics that described everything perfectly fine too. It's just that Einstein expanded it further. And so now we have a different level of applying this knowledge of gravity, right? You've got what they call the Newtonian mechanics, which is just your everyday, you drop the microphone on the ground, it's going to fall at a certain speed. And, you can get rockets to the moon and to Mars and all this stuff based on Newtonian mechanics. It works perfect. But then also Einstein's ideas of relativity also work perfect. They just work on the scale of huge, large bodies. They make predictions that also come true and that we use in our everyday life. Then if it doesn't make, and then to make things even worse, we've discovered quantum mechanics. And quantum mechanics doesn't play by any of those rules. The rules there are totally different and upside down. At that level, at that quantum, what they call the quantum domain, reality is totally different. So they've made predictions. They have mathematics to describe it. All of these things all work consistently well within their own domains to describe reality. Hey, Paul, how you doing, sir? Or Joel, I'm sorry. And you've got different rules for different things, but those rules came about through discovery and verification process, the scientific method,
Yeah, that's what I truly, because I seen a debate. What was it? I guess they was have a discussion. That actor Terrence Howard.
Yes.
And he was debating Eric something from Harvard. But
Eric Weinstein. Yeah.
But Eric Weinstein said something that was like interesting. He said, well, you just can't come in this circle, because I guess him and what's the other side? Something Glazer. Is it Glazer? Dyson.
Oh yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson, right.
Yeah. Well, they was having a little feud over, I think it was energy. But what really stuck out to me is Eric was telling Terrence, well, you're changing definition of words. And the way he was speaking when it comes to energy, and he was challenging the status quo, basically, that I was getting out of the conversation. He was changing the status quo, and the status quo changes on, I think, as what you were saying, correct me if I'm wrong, on theories, because theories comes, and then even though it's not evidence yet, until it's developed to a reality that shows that it can work. Right.
That would be great. I love it. It's called what I call upsetting the apple cart. Is when these folks make up and imagine different rules and different equations to describe stuff. And so they kind of approach the same topics or same things from a different angle to see if maybe we can learn something different. And a lot of times it does not work. But in the cases that it does, it upsets the apple cart. It makes people go, wow. So there's another way we can apply, math or the same sort of verification methods to arrive at some kind of facts and knowledge of the world. And I love it when that happens, Yeah,
because they say Tesla, that's what he was good at. And most of the time what he did was basically defy what it was, the status quo, which a lot of people wouldn't take the chance, because some wouldn't take the chance because it makes them look bad and they don't want to look bad. So they'd rather go with the status quo so they can look, presentable or look kind of good, than fail at something and then look bad at it. So
yeah, and there's a lot of careers on the line as well. Hey, I'm sorry, I'm not even introducing our new person on the panel right now. Nelly, how you doing, Nell? Glad to see you. Sorry for that.
Hello, how you doing?
Oh, you're good. Nice to see you both.
Nice to see you too, bro.
So yeah, we I did a video recently. You know how this has to do with measuring neural activity with blood flow and oxygen, and a lot of different measurements that researchers employ when they're looking at brain activity. Like if you think of a story, or you think of a color, or you think of anything, certain regions in your brain are supposed to light up. And what we've learned is these things aren't really consistent necessarily all the time. Maybe like 40% of the cases, it actually turns out that you're not really measuring neural activity at all, but something else. You're not really measuring the brain cells, but something else. And so for all this long, we've been under the impression that they've been measuring, at least in 40. And I saw another video that said it's probably going to be more than 40%, because that's just how it falls out. But that's kind of an issue. You'd wonder, why do they let that go on so long? Why didn't anyone say anything about it? Well, people have been talking about it, but these sort of papers rarely get published because of there's no money in it, because they like to learn how we build on knowledge and come up with different things. We don't like to go back and say, oh, we made a mistake. This isn't really doing the thing we thought it was doing. There's no citation in that, because a lot of these textbooks, like say academic textbooks or other scientist textbooks or magazines or publications, will take citations from these journals, and that's how they get paid. And so if these things aren't really good for citations, then it's not good for careers, the people that publish papers. And these researchers, they have to publish regularly, and they don't want to take a chance and publish papers that are just going to get shot down for that, But this paper got through, but it kind of shows you that, the scientific method as a method works. It's great, but it also has limitations, and it has the human elements that can kind of get in the way of conveying all the information that you may want it to convey. And a lot of people will base their lives, they'll die on those hills. They'll say, hey, science proved this. Science says this, though. Science says that. And we come to learn that not everything in science is necessarily capital T truth.
Right.
And that's why I always look at science and all of these things as just tentative. And it's valid to, before this paper came out, it was valid to say that, yeah, when you think of chocolate, this side of the brain lights up. That's just a fact. It was valid to say that because this is what the experts were telling us all. But now that we learned that that's not necessarily the case, then we can kind of backtrack and say, okay, well, now science is going to have to do more science to find out what's really going on. How can we really measure neural activity with more certainty? They even found out that it depends on the kind of scanner you use. If you use a Philips scanner, you'll get the light in another area. But if you use like a Siemens scanner, it'll light up in another area. So it's like, which scanner can we trust?
I was just amazed. I was just amazed. I ran across this. It was an article. No, it was a reporter, investigative reporter, but I ran across one of these social media platforms about how science direct energy program and how the money was given. They approved money in the Congress in the late 1800s for direct energy. So they was able to control weather within the late 1800s. That's in the late 1800s they was approved for the money. So that means they must had it done in the 18 before that when they was approved. And the woman who did the article, it was the direct energy when all those homes in Hawaii and the fires in California. She was saying it was direct energy it was from the direct energy program, how they able to control fire and weather and wind and things like that. It's just things like that's just amazing to me.
Wow. So you're saying that the direct energy program was sort of established in the late 19th century?
Yep, that's when that's when the money was approved in the 18th. So they had the technology before then, and then they went to Congress to get the money to further it. Because they said it made it. It was the U.S. that made it rain in Vietnam.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I didn't hear about that. As far as everything I knew about direct energy, I know that it was officially established in Canada. I think it was in like the mid 80s or something. And it was like, it was originally like kind of posted up as a competitive energy retailer. And so like
this reporter, she broke it. She got broke the receipts, broke it down. But she said the funding, she had to I think it was Redirect that I was on the social media thing, Redirect. But if you look her up, if you look at the investigative reporter who reported on the fires in Hawaii, I think it was the fires in Hawaii, and she's pointed out that the fires, that the houses that didn't get hit, is because they had a blue tarp around the house, and for some odd reason, when they do the energy and they target it, it does something. The blue tarp does something that it won't hit that area or that place. Yeah.
Okay, I've never heard of that. I'll have to look that up. I'll definitely have to look that up. That sounds pretty interesting.
Yeah.
But but back to kind of like the aphysicalism versus atheism. It's kind of like symmetrical in that way,
right.
That in going, I guess we were going through the virtues, like the you can see what I mean about internal consistency, like with physics tells us that we can't measure anything beyond the Planck scale, time or matter beyond the Planck scale. So we can't really discuss what's beyond that. It's just all theoretical models. Some people talk about multiverses. Some people say God is beyond that. Some people say, well, that's where the amplitude-hedron program comes in, which is like a mathematical, geometrical sort of explanation of how we derive the physical world from these sort of Platonic geometrical shapes outside of space and time.
Oh, snap. They got math for that? They got mathematical equations for that?
Yeah, and they call them decorated decorated permutations are even beyond the amplitude-hedron. So from what Donald Hoffman, he's like a neuroscientist and everything, and he's interested in the program, although this is sort of theoretical physics. He and another team of physicists actually look into that, and they've discovered geometrical shapes, through their mathematical equations that add up perfectly, and you can derive the physical world consistently to a certain point. And I think it's not finished. They're still working on it, but that's just one project, one model. where they're doing that. Sean Carroll talks about the many worlds. He proposes that actually there's like an infinity of universes, and we're just one, and it just keeps on spitting out universes. Reality does. It just spits out universes, and so there's like an infinite amount of different universes, and we just happen to live in this one. And so he has concise, precise mathematics to describe that.
to describe the different universe beyond us.
It describes, I think, where he's at. It describes how the observer effect causes like branching. Like every time, say you, for example, you make a decision to move left instead of right. Well, you've just created another universe. Every time you make a decision, you make an entirely new universe because it's branching off. So there's another universe where you left. There's another one where you went right. There's another one where you have missing hair follicle. There's another one where you don't. And it's just for infinity for a number of factors is how that works.
I do believe that though. I can see that and put, I can believe that. But the only thing I would like to know is as far as how do your conscience fits in that? Because if I'm moving to my left, am I doing it within my conscience unknowingly, or can I do it in my conscience knowingly?
I think it would be from what Sean Carroll talks about. He's a big proponent of B theory. And this has to do with what you're asking. So B theory is the idea that within each of these universes, each of these little or big universes rather, is like, you could think of it like a block of ice, right? So inside of the ice, you see every event, you see your, like your timeline. You see where you're born, where you live, and then where you die in this little part of the ice. And you see everyone else in there too. You see everything else that's going on, everything that's imaginable that happens within the universe is all inside that block universe doing what it does. Now, what Sean Carroll wants to say is every time you make a decision inside your block universe, another block arises. A whole other block universe or universe comes out of that. And what this kind of points to is what they call the spotlight universe. So consciousness is kind of like a spotlight. So whereas everybody's events, what they're going to do, all their behaviors and all of this kind of stuff is sort of dynamically frozen in the ice, right? But the spotlight is the thing that moves through it in the way you do as an observer. So as an observer, you're kind of like shining a spotlight from one sequential event to the next, like a spotlight. So that's what consciousness is. It's kind of this is what makes consciousness so weird. It's not like everything else. It's not like the rocks and the stones and the things that don't direct itself one way or the other. But what Sean Carroll would want to say is that this is sort of an illusion too, though. Like this idea that you author your decisions is not really the case. He's saying that this may be something like an illuser, like a user illusion. Like you think you're making the decisions, but you're not. But it's just the universe doing what it's supposed to do. As a consequence, other universes are formed where you follow that logic trajectory and vice versa. This is where the parsimony gets violated for me, because first of all, he's trying to explain one universe by, introducing an infinity of universes just to explain one.
That's what's throwing me. But it's real interesting though, because especially when it comes, like you said, it's an illusion. So it's me, but it's not actually. It's me, but it's my conscience form mathematical equations also, but as an observer, like you said, as an observer of the mathematical equations that has been, computing, am I able to change it? consciously,
like as an agent outside of nature, like you're saying, I want to kind of like tweak it out a little bit. That's an open question.
After observing.
That is the open question, and it's one that we all wrestle with. I mean, I feel like on one aspect, free will is kind of like when I talk about free will, I mean exactly like the ability to do otherwise. Like if you were to rewind the tape and go back to where you were 10 years ago, you made a dumb decision, right? 10 years ago, you might have made a dumb decision. You say, if only I could go back in time, I'd do it different. The question is, would you? Because right now you have the benefit of knowing better. You've grown, you have a different mind state and all of this kind of thing. So you'll probably make a better decision knowing what you know now. But remember, back then you didn't have all of that knowledge you have today. You would probably do the same thing then that you did then, right? If you could go back in time, if that were possible.
That's if I was, but then it's hard because it seems like the consciousness has a greater free will than you.
That gets to my relational non-dualism.
If the conscious did it, why not the conscious would do it again when you do know more? Because isn't the conscious is the one that you observe and gain the knowledge from? So
that's what I'm saying. If you had the benefit of knowing now if only I'd have known then what I know now, I would have done it different. Right. I believe that. Right. But unfortunately, like we're talking about presuming that we don't, we're trying to figure out if we have free will. So like you can take this very present moment. Like you're going to talk the way you're going to talk. The words are going to come out of your mouth like they're coming out of mine the way they do. And they're going to come out this way because of our mind state at the time, what we know about things of the time. It could be the weather might make us talk a certain way. The clothes we wear. There's all kinds of factors. Where we were born, the culture we're born in, all of this stuff, the language we speak. All of these things that we didn't have direct control of feed into the decisions and the way we behave right now. And so it feels like we're doing free will. And that's only because we're not presently aware of the fact that we were born in a time that we didn't choose to. Like we don't think about those things. We don't think about all the unconscious processes and all the, priors, you might say, all the prior conditions that went into you being who you are right now. You only have control of, really that's the question. You may not have control of anything. It just may be an illusion.
Right. I believe, because in the Bible, it says you shouldn't go back and want to change things that you've done in the past. Mm-hmm. But I also believe, like you said, the illusion that you don't know and don't have the control, which I understand that because you don't know. So I think it says in the Bible or something about that the gift goes by your heart and knows the mind of God. So by you don't know, but I believe once you observe, like you said, you have just learned, then you're able to control what you did not know, or you're able to can fix what you do not know. But then does the conscious also gain or still have more information in it? Because what even though you know, it's still something that you do not know, and it will do it. So that's like a catch-21 right there.
Yeah, man. It's they're called constraints, meaning they're things that hold you back from doing everything that you would like to do because you're constrained, And so as a non-dualist, I believe that there's a little bit of both going on. It's also called compatibilism. It's the idea that, we're constrained by our past. We're constrained by being the size we are, the weight we are, the skin type we are, the education level that we have, the languages we speak. and all of these things sort of constrain how we behave in the world. But we also have a little bit of control over navigating within those constraints.
Yeah. That's
so
true.
like I can say, you know what, when I go to my refrigerator, I've got a thing of I got some tea in there, some sweet iced tea, and I also have a thing of juice in there. And so I'm constrained by those two things. If I want something to drink, it's either those two things, right? But within those constraints, I can choose one over the other, you know, if I deliberate on it. So that might be a form of free will we can talk about, you know.
Well, yeah, I can see that because we got free will is to make a choice. But what's bringing you the choice? It's like you brought the tea and the thing to your refrigerator. You brought that to make a free choice.
Thank you, man. That's a good point, man. That's a good point, because hey, it's like you can't really control what you want.
Right.
That's why you want it, right? You want it because that's what you want. Like you're not going to do what you don't want, you know.
You're always going to pick your greatest want.
Yes.
Right.
Even if it's something that will cause you discomfort in the short term, such as, you know, exercising 30 minutes a day because you want to lose weight. It's like, you know, maybe you did something you don't, you know, want, you know, because it's going to cause you pain. But your long-term want is you want to lose weight, so you're going to do this thing.
Right.
Regardless.
Right. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So that especially when you are in a committed place.
Yeah, man. And so the other virtue we could talk about is external consistency. And so what that would entail would be something like, is my worldview consistent with what I see in the world? Like, let's say I believe that, you know, this flying spaghetti monster is where gravity comes from. He uses his appendages to push things to the ground or whatever, right?
Right.
But if I look out in the world, do I see the spaghetti monster doing these things? No. And so it's not externally consistent with my view in that case. So that's the other thing that I consider. And then the last thing that I would consider is corroborating lines of thought on a particular thing. So like, say, someone may believe in like the theory of evolution, right? And they'll say, well, I believe the theory of evolution because it's supported by the fossil record. But it's not just supported by the fossil record. It's also supported by genetics. It's also supported by geography. It's also supported by history. It's also supported by, you know, everything, many different lines of research converge, like medical science, all of these things. So if all of these things sort of converge on the same thing, like they can make predictions. Like, let's take geography. Let's say they go, well, if the theory of evolution is true, then when it comes to tectonic, like let's say there should be this thing between a fish and a land animal. And if it does exist, it should be in this particular strata of the geography. It should be inside this level or this layer of strata inside the earth. So what do? They go dig for it. And guess what? They find exactly what they predicted they would find, right? So that's one line of evidence. Then you've got genetics. They say, well, if geneticist should say, well, if evolution happened, then in this particular gene or at this particular place in the genome, we should see this or that. You predict it, and then you go look for it. Do you see it? Yes, we see all that. We see like the fact that we all came out of, skin and these type of things are the dominant gene. So like, so that goes along with our theory that we should have all evolved out of Africa. according to evolution. And that's exactly what we see, that this gene is the dominant gene. And you just do that with all these different lines of thought and lines of research to converge, that principle of convergence. So that's one of the things that goes into my modeling. Like if I'm going to explore a claim or a belief or a teaching, I'd want it to meet those 4 virtues if possible. To meet that virtue at that time, correct? Because like you just explained, things evolve. Yeah, that's right. It can change at any time. And I always expect that it will. And I never think, that's why when it comes to beliefs and understandings and conclusions, I always hold that tentative. Like they may meet these virtues that I'm valid to believe these models or these teachings. But once things change, we get extra evidence that discounts them or disproves them in some way. Well, it's time to change your model then, apparently. You know,
that's why
some people don't do that.
Yeah, that's why I try not to get, because I try not to get caught up into that now. It's because things change, but it doesn't change as far as my belief. It just sometimes it may change as far as the particular within what I believe. It may change that, but the overall, it doesn't change that belief. It's just something that I look at it as something that should be added than something that's taken away. That's how. Or
like refining your belief system and everything like that. Is definitely a valid way to go. And sometimes though, like suppose somebody who's a flat earther, for example, suppose he believes the earth is flat and he says, I know the world is flat. That's just what I believe. But then let's say he did like that group did, and they went to, what was it? Maybe Nell, you know, those flat earthers went to, what was it? The South Pole or the North Pole?
Antarctica.
And they said, Antarctica. And they predicted that, look, if the world is flat, then that means it's going to become night and day, just like anywhere else in the world. Right. And lo and behold, the sun just kept staying 24 hours a day. And they were like, wow, that disproved what we said was going to happen. So they had to go back to the drawing board, and they realized the whole flat earth thing didn't work for them. And so those people, because their prediction got overthrown. So so you have to have, I think a rational person should have markers. Like they should establish, well, what is my marker that would change my belief?
Right.
Or
now, could that marker be off though? Could that marker could the earth still be flat? It's just their prediction was off.
I don't know. It seems that you can only work within the way a flat earther would describe it. So like if a person, I always take people by their own rules. I don't try to like step outside of them. So like say a Christian or a Muslim are going to tell me, because there's different versions of Muslims and different versions of all religions. But let's say I'm talking to one particular group of religious person, and they say, well, according to this religion, this is how it is. This is what you should see at all times or whatever. Right. That's the prediction. If we together go out and discover that it didn't happen that way, and it doesn't happen that way, then the rational way to say it is to say, well, then that fails, you know, and then that the believer may have a desire to hold on to their religion. And so what they'll do is they'll just reinterpret, and they'll say, well, maybe I'm the problem. Like I used to be a Jehovah's Witness, right? And
me too. I was
really? To be strong in stuff. And so if you remember they predicted the end of the world in 1975 and different years after that, and it never came true. And instead of just dropping
after that,
right? It was 1983 or something, and then later it was 1999, and then it's like all these different dates, and it's like it didn't happen. But instead of them saying, well, our belief is probably a wrong teaching,
but you're right.
Instead, Yeah, they just reinterpret. Oh, well, we were just wrong. We have to.
Right.
Yeah, we have to reset. Maybe we're the one that we're stepping outside Jehovah's guidelines, and you know, like you come up with all kinds of excuses. You know,
which I've seen that in other religions too. I've seen them, not just Jehovah's Witnesses. I know we talk about Jehovah's Witnesses, but I've seen that in other religions that do the same thing. But then they always put it gets me. They always point at Jehovah's Witness, which is I could see that, but I've seen it in other religions, including the ones that's complaining about Jehovah's Witness.
And as far as I'm aware, there is no math that can save the flat Earth.
Oh, okay. That bestatiate is a flat Earth. You're saying?
Yeah, because it's not just a mathematical theory. The shape of the Earth is an observed physical reality. If the Earth were flat, basic natural phenomenon would not work the way we see them every day. Like
unless NASA's lying in those pictures.
Right, unless that. Yeah. Could a math equation? Could anyone come up with a math equation that fits both?
As far as I'm aware, no. But I mean, you know, we can just look at physical proofs unrelated to math, like the ship disappearances, lunar eclipse, star constellations, time zones, direct photographic evidence. Right. You know, everything
I've
that
been on an airplane
would deny.
Right.
And even if you change the math of physics, gravity naturally pulls matter toward the center of mass. So, you know, in space, any object large enough to have strong gravity pulls itself into a sphere. If the Earth were a flat disk, gravity would pull you sideways toward the center of the disk as you walk toward the edge.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, flat earthers deny gravity, so it trying to talk logically to flat earthers it's not going to happen.
Yeah, that's what I get. I see that in many religions when they deny. Once you deny one thing, you put yourself in something that's actually factual. You put yourself in a box. Then you can see where your heart is. You just do not want to compromise. You just don't want to hear nothing else but what you have been taught and what you stuck on within your heart. I think that's when things get all convoluted and stuff like that.
Yeah, it doesn't age well. You know, it's like even with Einstein, you know, it wasn't that he necessarily rejected quantum mechanics, but he did call like entanglement spooky action at a distance, and sort of referred to it as the spooky action at a distance. Although the famous phrase was later not the wording in the EPR, like he came up with a paper called EPR paper. Anyways, he didn't understand quantum mechanics, and he already knew that everything else was working fine, you know, like all his stuff. So he was sort of had like a bias, you know, at play, you know what I mean? So he believed a satisfactory physical theory was already established, and then also you should have one that would preserve something like locality, which is what he really stood on. You know, he stood on that shit. So he believed that physical events in one location should never instantaneously produce physical changes in a distant location. So he suspected that quantum mechanics was probably just incomplete or mistaken, and that there must be some deeper variable, like called like a hidden variable that should explain those correlations. But this whole non-locality was just kind of nonsense. It didn't really add up.
Right.
But then other researchers came along. John Bell, 1964, this guy named John Bell showed that Einstein was wrong. He sort of showed, you know, where these places where mathematical constraints on the correlations can occur. So quantum mechanics like predicts violations of those constraints, right? But his experiments increased, they call them like the Bell tests, and they found correlations consistent with quantum mechanics, but inconsistent with Einstein's local hidden variable hypothesis. And that's why in 2022, a Nobel Prize in physics was awarded to like 3 researchers, Alain Aspect, John Clauser, and Anton Zeilinger, for their experiments with entangled photons. And they established that violations of those Bell inequalities and pioneering quantum information science were true. And they won that Nobel Prize. Yep.
What year was that? What year you said?
2022.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know that. I got to look into that.
Yeah, and just to clarify, they showed that hidden variables aren't or can't exist in local realism. It is quite possible that there are hidden variables in a non-local world. So that has not been ruled out.
Yeah, it's just not.
What do you mean by? See, I don't know science. When you say hidden variables, what's that mean? Because I don't know a lot of science terminology. What's hidden variables when they look for hidden variables? Yeah,
it's like behind the curtains, there's a whole lot of stuff going on. It's like things we don't see. There's variables, there's factors that are influencing what we see. But because we don't see them, it's kind of like saying, the reason gravity works is because the flying spaghetti monster pushes the stuff down. And then we look out and we say, we don't see a flying spaghetti monster or his tentacles pushing anything down. And then someone says, oh, but it could be that the flying spaghetti monster is invisible. And you're not going to see him.
Hidden variables, they are hypothetical unseen properties of subatomic particles that would completely determine the outcome of quantum measurements. That's what's been argued historically.
Okay.
Hey, Cafe, call in, man, if you can. I ain't talked to you in a long time. Yeah, the macro world of object bigger than us or baseball still at class. Yeah, that's right. That's another good point. Is that that's part of what threw a lot of people off, not just Einstein. Is that in the regular what we call the macro world, we don't see superposition and all these weird non-local entanglements and stuff like that. So why should it follow that in some other domain of reality it should have different rules? But we've discovered different rules at that level,
Right. So they basically went outside of the rules at that.
One could argue that local realism is still true, at least in the classical sense, on the Newtonian way of thinking.
Oh, you said the classical sense,
when in science there's classical way of looking at things, there's and
the traditional
there's the because of just how weird the quantum realm is and works, they try to split up how you describe reality on the quantum realm and how you describe things happening on the macro level, which is usually called the classical world.
Oh, okay.
Like planets orbiting, our human bodies are could be described as being part of the classical world.
Okay.
But then what Kane, there's a Von Erich asked about, well, what about people when they come up with different rules, kind of like Terence McKenna. So there was a group of people who rejected that quantum effects could never happen in the classical world, like the macro world where we live, right? And so they called this quantum biology, and they were considered kooky. They were considered tinfoil hat. They were considered people who were not with the evidence. They were just believing in weird things, like how can quantum effects work in the warm, wet, dynamic world of the classical world?
All right.
They were trying to bring quantum mechanics rules into our everyday life. And so people laughed at them. But then now quantum biology is actually a field of study. You can get a PhD in it because it turns out that actually they were right.
Oh, snap.
So now we're kind of messed up because they found out, like, have you ever heard of photosynthesis?
Yeah, I heard of that.
That's a quantum effect. It's called quantum tunneling. It's how the light from the sun gets distributed within a system like a plant, and tunnels its way into helping the plant survive and grow and stuff like that. That's a quantum effect. The same thing with your DNA and evolution. These are quantum jumps within the DNA. Also with when it comes to like bird navigation, like say the European robin, they wonder, oh, they must use magnetic sensors in their beaks to travel. Well, they don't. So they were like, well, how do they do it then? So they put them. So one person, quantum biologist guy, said maybe they're using quantum mechanics. And they're like, how? Says, well, maybe the light's getting into their eyes and some quantum effect happens in their brain and it causes them to know where to migrate. And they're like, that's just stupid. Like, it's crazy. There's no real reason that should happen. No one knew. So they say, but scientists are cool because they test everything. They test all kinds of hypotheses. So they put these birds in a Faraday cage to shield them from any light, any electromagnetic interference and anything. And they realized when they shine something with their eyes that they measured, I don't remember, it's been a long time, but they established that there are quantum effects that are going on. And it's not magnetic resonance or anything like that. So now our understanding is that European robins migrate through quantum entanglement.
With the light.
The light, yeah. The light entangles in their brain somehow, and now they know. I don't know how that works exactly. But there's a lot of different examples. And now they have this other thing where they say consciousness itself is a quantum a product of quantum mechanics, or it's a emerges from some sort of quantum entanglement in your brain as it relates to energy that's coming in from the world, like say light, sound, and all this stuff. So they're saying possibly, but they have a few experiments that actually showed that this is viable. You know, they've shown predictions. Again, you know, they like to make predictions and say, well, if this model is true, then this prediction should happen. And so they've actually discovered a few things that are consistent with that model, but it's not yet proven.
Could the sun be sharing consciousness?
Say that again.
Could the sun be sharing consciousness?
Sharing consciousness. What do you mean by that? Like
you just explained that it was by quantum, the light that directed them.
Oh yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. It's a relation. So basically, it's more than just light. It's all any information that your brain and your body digests. Any sort of information, it relates to your body, your brain, the physical body, right?
So the light, so the sun would be given information then, right?
Yes.
Okay.
In the form of photons.
It's all information. So yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's basically it's information, and so what makes it information is how it relates to other properties, and so you can make a distinguishing thing between the sun and your brain and stuff like that. It's what we call information, and it informs you because you're an observer, and so I think what they would like to say is that, you know, now let me back up because I don't want to, you know, chop their theory up. This is ORC you can look at it. It's very complicated, and I don't understand a lot about it, but apparently there's these inside each of your neurons are what they call microtubules, and these microtubules are where quantum effects can happen because they're isolated from the rest of the world, kind of like those plants inside the plants. They're isolated, so they don't collapse into the classical way of rule sets and stuff. So apparently the microtubules being isolated are able to digest this energy, and every time an observation is made, or every time a wave collapses within these microtubules, a small instantaneous moment of a conscious experience collapses or is created from that interaction.
You said a small part of consciousness.
Yeah, because you got to remember those microtubules, there's like trillions inside your brain. And each one is not going to just house your entire conscious experience, right? So they call it orchestrated. The ORC stands for orchestrated. So it's orchestrated reduction. So as the energy, if the energy is high enough frequency, it'll all orchestrate, or they'll bind together. All these microtubules all over your brain will bind together into a unified experience of this information and create a conscious moment. Yeah.
So if the light is cut off, that means information is not being shared, so it won't be able to.
You'll be blind. You won't experience light because you won't see it.
Okay.
Yeah, because the conscious experience isn't there for it. So and it's like we said, everything, your sound, your taste, your everything, your touch, your feels, everything, internal, external, all these things count and create information that your brain processes through these microtubule orchestration and creates those conscious moments of all those things. So it's kind of like what they address is the binding problem. Like there's this big mystery in neuroscience. How does the brain bind all of these different experiences into one unified experience? Why is it that I can see a forefront and a background at the same time? Why is it when I drop my microphone on the ground, it makes that thud noise? Why does it appear to sound exactly when I see it hitting the ground? Like, why is everything unified in such a nice synchronous way? They don't know. No one knows the mystery of that.
So it doesn't have no type of, it seems like to me, it has to be some type of mediator inside your brain or something or no.
Say that again?
A mediator inside your brain. That
mediator.
When I'm saying on mediator, something that'll tell you, like you just like the analogy that you use, if you drop something, and that mediator will tell you or help you identify the sound which you heard, and if you able to accept it or not. I guess that's what I came to my mind.
It almost sounds like you're talking about like a feedback loop, kind of like, you know how you've got a mirror and, you know, you've got a hall of mirrors and you can sort of reflect on your reflection. And from that reflection, you can now have information about yourself. Right. And so you can kind of like choose something or do something to make the appearance different or something. So it's all based on that feedback you're getting from the mirror. And maybe your brain has like a hall of mirrors in it, like millions and trillions of different feedback loops going on at the same time in order for all those experiences to kind of give you this sort of idea of free will or ability to sort of control your actions and choices within all those constraints. You know what I mean? So it could be something like you're talking about, like all of these little things are sort of mediating your experience.
That's what I something that came to my mind was, you know, but someone just said that our brain is a mediator. So I guess that's what
for me, like where I'm at with it, like what kind of like I see with a lot of people that talk about a lot of these things, we tend to overlook that things in themselves are never things in themselves is the whole thing. Like the brain, like someone will say, well, the brain is the cause of this or that, right? Well, the brain is not just one thing. The brain is just a lot of cells doing stuff. It's dependent on your body and your nervous system. Right. Your nervous system is kind of dependent on the inputs of feels and sights and sounds, and then you've got your experiences and memories and expectations. Right. And so you sort of like construct your own subjective reality based on all of these factors interrelating together and
right. Yeah, that's the way
and I just wanted to bring some clarity that while they are related, quantum biology and the quantum brain hypothesis, because they're both dealing with the quantum realm, they aren't exactly saying the same thing. Like with the reason why quantum biology is catching on, I'd say, is, scientists are not claiming that your dog is in like a quantum superposition or that entire organs act like waves. Instead, the field focuses on specific, highly localized microscopic tricks where biology actively exploits quantum mechanics to perform functions that classical chemistry cannot fully explain, like how Scott was explaining with a photosynthesis, trick earlier. Whereas the quantum brain hypothesis, the OR, I think is how it's called. It does not claim quantum effects are limited or rare. Instead, it claims that large-scale continuous quantum effects are actively happening inside your head right now. So while mainstream quantum biology says quantum mechanics plays a limited supporting role in isolated biological pockets, OR says quantum mechanics is the primary driving engine of the entire human mind. So
go ahead.
So I was just say that's why I would say that's why the quantum brain hypothesis is having a much harder time getting off the ground.
Okay, so it's
in the scientific community. Yeah.
Okay, so it's describing a particular function within the brain, right? Or a particular function within the rules of reality that we live in. Science reality, I guess.
Yeah, like
or
the way,
is it beyond that? Are they trying to, some, because it reminds me of talking to people in religion, because they take a particular something and gaslight it and say this is they're claiming quantum states are vast and connected. The theory claims that billions of the tubulin proteins inside the microtubules become quantumly entangled across millions of different neurons simultaneously. It is a massive brain-wide quantum web. Like it's I know I hate using the computer analogy, but it's like compared to a quantum computer, basically. Okay.
Yeah. And I tend to look at it like a relational thing. Like, for me, like intelligence isn't necessarily like a thing sitting inside of a system. It can be like a capacity that sort of emerges from the system's organization or information flows or feedback relationships and interaction with his environment. So
it's a particular thing within a system that's being pointed out that functions in a wide variety of ways, or am I wrong on that?
Yeah, I understand it as a state pattern. Like it's a relationship within a deeper system. Like intelligence may not be the fundamental substance, but more like a relational process itself. So I look at everything as sort of mutually dependent on other things. So this is why, like a dog's intelligence is going to be different than a human's intelligence, obviously, because we're two different systems. The system of a dog is made up of dog brains and dog nervous system and everything that makes the dog who it is. And it's the same with us. So we're going to totally have a different quality. But the one thing that doesn't change is we all experience something. Like you could say that the dog does experience his dreams, his running, eating. He wants a snack. He wants food. So he feels something that motivates him to do it. We do too. And so we all share that one thing, which is consciousness, but the intelligence is on a gradient. It's on a level. It's not like you're either intelligent or you turn the light off and you're not. So a lot of people used to think only humans are intelligent, and dogs, and they used to confuse intelligence with consciousness. Like that's why they used to say, if you stab a dog or hurt a dog, it's just like when they make that yelpy sound, it's just like gears grinding. It doesn't mean that they're really hurt. It's just the noise they make when you do that. But I don't think so. I think the dog is conscious of pain, just like we are, you know?
Right. You're right. Yeah.
And so that part is not so easily to reduce and talk about in the same way that I'm talking about brains and intelligence and behavior. It's consciousness is an irreducible kind of thing. And that's why I also call myself an integrated idealist, because I'm integrating relational non-duality with consciousness where it sits in. Like any model or worldview, in my opinion, you're going to have to include consciousness. You can't get away from that.
Yeah.
And like it's got to be there.
And it comes down to our inferences. And I'd say all three of us could probably agree, you know, looking back on, oh, only humans have consciousness and a dog in pain doesn't, we can say that was a bad inference.
Yes.
You know, and so to me, it's like, you know, for a physicalist who says that the consciousness is somehow connected to or is emergent from a nervous system, or, you know, a central nervous system, you know, we can make then the inference that, you know, you need a functioning brain to have a fully formed conscious experience. But then that tells us then, so if we look back through our, you know, the evolution of biological systems, it's like we can go all the way back to worms. Worms are, they have, you know, the least complex brains that there are. So a physicalist could say up to that point, an animal is conscious. But then when you start going back even further, animals without brains aren't conscious.
So when you said a full brain to experience a full conscious, is that what you said?
Like I said that you know, you need like a fully functioning brain to have like, you know, to have the full rich. A physicalist would say that you need that to have the full rich experience.
Oh, okay.
You know,
because I would like to know, because a full function, because what would be considered full function?
Exactly.
That would be my question.
Yeah, and we can get into that, because you know, I don't know if are you a physicalist on there or no?
Oh no, I don't know. I'm learning just with well, so no, I don't know enough about it to say that. But I'm learning. It's real interesting. I tell you that it's quite interesting.
Yeah, it's one of the, it's one way that what I really like. There's this philosopher named Bernardo Castro, and he kind of, what used to be a physicalist, he turned to being what you call an idealist, and it was based on just the skepticism about physicalism. He used to work at CERN and study, you know, physical stuff all the time, like subatomic particles and the Large Hadron Collider, and he did a lot of work there. That was mainly what he did for his career. But then he left all that and became interested in philosophy, because it just was a question, just as a scientist, like, what about the assumptions going into all this? Like, what really is the matter that we're researching? What is it? Because the one thing they all agree on is that these things are just mathematical descriptions. They're not things in themselves. They're just descriptions of behaviors and how they relate to other properties. And so for him, he moved into the direction of analytical idealism, which is to say that all we really know is a conscious experience, and then ontologically, that is metaphysically, everything is of the same nature as our own consciousness. In other words, that's why we can observe stuff. That's why we can have qualia, is because there's something about nature that is embedded with that quality. You know, just like with physics, everything is physical that we see. Well, it all derives from something underlying the physical strata, which is physics. But these people at CERN, these people that are in theoretical physicists, they understand that, like we mentioned earlier, at the Planck scale, everything bottoms out and it stops being measurable and it becomes a mystery. And so for him, he says that everything is sort of consciousness or a field of subjectivity, not necessarily like a human consciousness, nothing like that. The consciousness doesn't know anything. It isn't some knowing or a mind like that. It's more like a field of subjectivity where anything like a mind could arise from without being a leap in categories, you know? And so he's trying to build like a categorical bridge between the fundamental nature of reality and a conscious experience. You know, we can't do that on physicalism, but we can do it on idealism.
But wouldn't that contradict? Because you said consciousness doesn't have a what? Doesn't have a what?
Yeah, it doesn't have knowledge. In other words, there's ways in philosophy where we talk about phenomenology, like phenomenal consciousness. What phenomenal consciousness means is if you've ever, I don't know if you've ever tried meditation, but there's a particular meditation, and I've gotten there not through meditation, but with the help of hallucinogens. I got to that state. And what that state is where it destroys your ego, it destroys all your thinking. You're not really thinking about your experience. You just are the experience. You're in what we call a flow state or an extreme state of awareness. And so all you are is just awareness itself. No thinking involved. You're not making any discriminations. There's no outside, inside, this person, that person. Just everything you have. They call it the unity experience. So everything is just one, a oneness. It's hard to describe. Words really are going to fail you every time on that, right? But it's this sort of experience where there's just this raw, subjective experience. There's no thinking, no talking about it. There's no way to describe it. So what he's talking about, Bernardo Kastrup, is saying that reality at the very base level, that's what it is. It's just that in itself. And from that, you know, you can get evolution, you know, of a mind where you have these higher order thinking. They call it metacognition or meta consciousness. And so humans would be metaconscious. In other words, we can self-reflect, we can think, we can have language to talk about things, conceptual things, all of that. So his idea is that we have this base level subjective experiential thing going on. Whether that's true, I don't know. I think it does a lot better work in explaining consciousness. And you know, and if you look at the physical world as just appearances within consciousness, then I can understand how idealism can work, because the physical, first of all, what we call physical, all we really know for sure is that it's an appearance. It's just what we see intersubjectively, right. You know?
But when you said this, because it's something that we talked about earlier when you said the guy said, well, you don't perform, but I think you said the conscious perform the universe, mini universe. Is that am I wrong on that? When you said it was, we were talking about as far as when we retract of what we did that we did not know like months ago or years ago, but you were saying a mathematical equation when it comes to forming a universe within mini universe within the universe that you're not knowing, which is developed by your conscious. Wouldn't that be knowledge though, or no?
So those are all like you're talking about, like the mini worlds and the block theory, all those sort of things. Those are what we call inferences. So those are just us using our minds. That's just us doing mental masturbation. Like,
so it's not considered conscious then. It's not considered conscious.
No, that's not consciousness. That's just what consciousness is doing at any particular time. Like, it's thinking, it's inferring or imagining different possibilities or whatever. But consciousness itself, the phenomenal consciousness that I'm talking about, is not a doing. And it's not a thing. You know, it's just a condition for which all of that stuff arises from. So, you know, you
said all that stuff arises
from that, because it's all related to that. Consciousness is related to thinking. It's related to all of the things. Observing.
Physicalists would most likely, and I say most likely because there are different types of physicalists out there, but I'd say the majority of them are functionalists. So they would describe consciousness as a type of function. So like as a verb, whereas the idealist would describe consciousness as like a noun. It is. It is. It is ontologically the most foundational thing there is.
I see.
Yeah, and Skyworks makes a good correction on me.
So it's an interpretation. It goes by the interpretation of who you are. Idealists, like you said, okay, as a noun. And then
maybe one, like when you look at this microphone, you know, your mind is always changing. Like you can look at the microphone, and then when the microphone's gone, you no longer see the microphone, right? So the mind is always changing. It's not permanent, but there's always an experience of the changes. There's always there. So even when you were just a baby just born, there was just experience. Now you're not the same person you were when you were born. You've gone through changes. You've matured. You may think different than you did even a year ago, right? But that same experience is present. That present is always there. They call it the I am, like the I amness of you. Like you think about identity. Someone may say, well, my name is Scott. I'm a podcaster. I work at this place, that place. I'm a husband. I'm a father. I'm all these different things. But that's not really who you are. Those are identities that you identify with. But you could stop being a father, stop being a podcaster, all the things, but you would still be something.
You'd still be human.
You'd still be human, even if you got rid of that. If somehow you could make yourself not be a human, be something else. You may say that you're just an experience of something else. Like suppose I uploaded my brain somehow, if that's even possible, into a computer. Well, I'm no longer a human. But that experience is still going on, you know, the same experience, the I amness is still there.
Still going on. Okay.
Yeah, the I amness is always present.
The I am. Okay, how do you identify the I am? Is it the action or
it's an unlimited, it's not an action, it's just an unlimited, it's the observer. It's like the person observing all of your changes, all of your thoughts and feelings. Like even if you hurt yourself really bad, you're in excruciating pain, you stumped your toe or whatever, you cut your hand off, you're in excruciating pain. The pain, what you're calling pain, and the label and the representation is the mind interpreting that situation. The C fibers are firing, it's all hitting your senses. You can't escape this terrible pain, what we call pain, that qualia. But there's something else going on. There's the observation of you going through all of that never changes. So the observation is sort of something you don't have. It's something you are. You are just an observer. You're just you are phenomenal consciousness. The identities and the self, those are constructions. You know, somebody gave you a name, you agreed into it. Your job, your roles, your actions, your behaviors, all of these things are things you do, but what you are is more fundamental than that. It's the condition by which all those things can come from, you know, the I amness. So that's how I identify. If I was to identify as anything, I would identify as experience. I'm just an experience. I'm experiencing being this human with all my history and all that stuff. But the name and the you know, I'm a big guy, a small guy, a smart guy, a dumb guy, whatever that is. Those are the stories that you invent. Your mind is just inventing things on top of it. But all of that is not real. All of that stuff is more illusory. You know, it's not as real as the fundamental thing, which is just the experience, which all that sort of plays on. It's like the stage on which all that plays on, you know?
Mm-hmm. And, you know, the physicalist would say that fundamental of who I am, you know, that thing that isn't just an identity, like, you know, like Scott was saying, like a podcaster, you know, firefighter or whatnot, you know, that core of of who you are, you know. The physicalist would say, you know, even that though eventually fades away when you die, and you know that's
being a podcast and stuff like that.
Okay. Well, you know, like your core of who you are, your personality, all that, like your entire life experience ends with death or biological death. But the idealist would say that that's not a true end for consciousness. And you know, there are different interpretations, because I know some would say that upon death your ego death would still happen, but your overall consciousness would still remain.
Right.
But there are some people who would say that even your ego still survives and it goes on to somewhere else. So it just depends on where you land on the idealist spectrum.
And pay attention to the assumption going in on that. If a physicalist says that, well, your consciousness dies when you die. So you see, there's a lot of identity and self playing into this whole assumption. So they're already assuming a dualism. They're assuming that there's this self that ceases to exist and that it ends. So you no longer exist. Well, I would just say that there is no you to begin with. You know, you is just a construction, and it changes all the time in little ways. And then over time, in a year or so, you may be a different person, a different construction by the end of that process. But what remains is the experience of seeing all of those changes and everything like that. So yeah, when you die, when your body goes back to the dirt, that ego is gone with it. Everything that brain and mind was doing, what I call the physical mind, what the physical mind was doing dies along with the physical process. It's no longer processing the same things. Now it's processing worm food, right? But the consciousness, the I amness may not, you know, it may not inhabit that body anymore, but it's still there as a principle, as a reality, because there's always people being born every day. There's always some creature, some sentience out there.
Does it stay with the body though?
In my opinion, I don't have a reason really to believe that, because I don't really identify with the body in that metaphysical sense. Our bodies are more like a shell. They're kind of like, it's just the vehicle, you know. And I'm not saying that there's this little homunculus driving around like a
I see what
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but I just like you said, you gave an analogy like a vehicle, but the engine stays with the vehicle, or it may not stay with the vehicle. So I see what you're saying. Like if the house falls down, they might separate you from the house if it falls. Okay.
Well, Scott, are you not an organism?
Right. And see the assumption that, again, this is really hard for people to understand, because they this hidden assumption is always there. Are you, the key word here is you, the self, you know, are you not an organism that has a finite lifespan? It just depends on what you mean by you. If you say the you is my body, sure. Yeah. My body is only going to live so long. It is an organism. It's that same process. You know, if that's how you define the you, but that doesn't work. On closer inspection, just philosophically and logically, it breaks down. The you is just a construction of your mind. It's a mental identity. And so all of these sort of constructs die all the time, even among the lifespan of the organism. You know, that you-ness always changes over time. The only thing that's there is the experience. If you would say, well, does the experience disappear with the organism? Well, remember, consciousness isn't something that the organism has, because consciousness is not a thing to possess. Consciousness is irreducible. It's a metaphysical reduction base. So it doesn't reduce down to the organism. It doesn't reduce down to anything. It's irreducible. So as far as I'm concerned, I don't know that I should accept the physicalist story that, you know, consciousness is a thing that arises from the brain or arises from the body. I think it's just a relationship that the physical has with the world. As long as you have the proper system that's able to integrate information in just the right way, then a conscious experience will take over, will possess you. And that's what we are. We don't have consciousness. We are consciousness. It's the experience of a living organism is how I would call it. Consciousness, isn't it? Yeah, right. Is the experience of living organisms, right? That is correct.
In a living organism, because you said in a physical body, right? Because you said
in a physical,
the living organism is getting the experience that is within our physical body, right or no?
Yeah, it's like if you were to set your foot on fire, you would experience your body as with one foot on fire, like. Your whole experience is tethered to your organism and the state that it's in at any given time. If you get sick, you're going to feel sick. Mm-hmm. You know, this is kind of common sense, but whatever your organism is doing at any particular time, your consciousness is tethered to that system. It's just that the body...
Is it telling the physical organism the information of what's going on?
Trying to see if maybe that can work. What do you think, Neil? Do you think on an evolutionary story that consciousness can be sort of informing the rest of the body? Like, think of Michael Levin or somebody like that. What would they say? Like, could maybe our cells, like, you know, I don't know if this is where you're going with it. Maybe I'm totally off track, but sometimes before I get sick, I have little certain weird feelings that tell me I'm about to be sick. And I've heard some people say that too. Some people aren't conscious of that, but so it's almost like my cells are sort of bolstering up for something. And then I get this feeling.
Yeah, that's what I'm going. So it's an information that is telling the living organism that is in the physical body. Where is that? That's what I'm pointing that out. Where is that information is coming? Is that coming from your conscious or where? Because when you, like you said, you stepped on something, pain, you having pain, but it's information that's telling what's going on. Either you're hot or something stuck you or things like that. Where does that equate when it comes to
yeah, that's a really good question. And there's this biologist, Michael Levin, and he talks about this. And there's a lot of other biologists that talk about that.
Is that the one from Harvard too?
Yeah, he's from Tufts University.
Oh, okay.
Tufts University. Okay. And he and other researchers, he got a whole team, and there's other people from different universities doing the same sort of work. Yeah, sometimes they collaborate. Right. But what they like to talk about is how all intelligent systems are collective systems. So we just sort of, the illusion of consciousness is to think that we're just one system. We're actually made up of trillions of bacteria, cells in our body, All of these things are doing intelligent operations in their own little morphic spaces. You know, they're all doing what they're supposed to do. They're not aware that we want to go to the store or anything like that, but they are aware maybe of, well, we have to do this particular function in order to digest food properly. And every little cell does its own little thing. And if you think about trillions and trillions of little intelligent machines in your body, all collaborating, and it's all sort of building up into this unified experience we call you. And you're not aware of any of that stuff going on in the background. All this stuff is happening under the hood.
Right.
But it's all sort of impressing on you to be who you are at any particular time. So yeah, like say you get sick or something like that, you start feeling a certain kind of way, like, oh, I know I'm about to be sick. Oh, I know something bad's going to happen. You get this intuition in the pit of your stomach. Maybe you walk down this weird alley, and for some reason you get a weird feeling like I shouldn't be here, and you don't listen to yourself, and then all of a sudden some bad shit happens. That was your intuition. That was your internal systems. You didn't trust it because it didn't come from you, right? It just came from some mysterious place. Some people would call it like that little voice in their head. Like
yeah, that's what I would like to pinpoint.
Like,
what is that? What is that?
People call it the higher self.
The higher self, or the higher. It's going with my point as far it's information that is coming from some. It's information that's coming from somewhere. Correct. It's information, and it's all related to every part of your being. Right.
Every part of your being is tuned in to something specific, and it all collaborates in order to make you function properly as a human being.
Now,
based on all your experiences, all of your knowledge, mainly your experiences. Those are the best teachers anyways.
But does that go away when you does that stay with you, or does it go away when you go into the ground?
Oh yeah, that's a good question. That's a great question. Now, this gets into other metaphysical things, and I try to be very conservative about these things, but let me tell you a little story, man. I used to be really fascinated, still am, fascinated with the near-death experience. So what I used to do is I used to work over at IANS, the International Association of Near-Death Studies, when I lived in California. And what I did is I would go to these meetings where these new people who had near-death experiences, they just felt compelled, they needed to talk to somebody. It was kind of like a group. They didn't feel comfortable maybe talking to the public or loved ones. So they only wanted to share these experiences among fellow experiencers and some of the staff at the IANS, people that understood and would listen to them. So my whole thing was to record these stories and to, note them and make some sort of, analysis, putting it all together for the whole group, right? So what I've learned is through weeks and weeks of doing this work is that everybody has the same kind of story. And what happens is the core, they call it, it's part of the Grayson scale. There's a scale called the Grayson scale that was established way back in the 70s, and it got refined through the 80s and 90s. And now it's just complete. It's called the Grayson scale. Basically, it is a way to distinguish between your average hallucination and a near-death experience. Like, what's the difference between, hallucinating on drugs and having a near-death experience? That's what the Grayson scale does. And so when you talk to these people, you try to figure out, where are they meeting the Grayson scale? Like, are they really talking about a near-death experience, or are they talking about a dream they had, or like a hallucination? Maybe they didn't really come that close to death. Maybe they just were deprived of oxygen for some time. And so they had all these weird things. So the one thing that was in common with everyone who met the Grayson scale, they had common core things. And all of these people, and it was done intentionally, they all came from different cultures. different belief systems. Many were atheists, many were theists, Christians, some were Muslims, some were Buddhists, Hindus, people like that. But they all had something in common. And they all talked about, you know what, the first thing is when I got to a point in my near death, nearly dying, they didn't die, they just came near to dying. They got to this point and they said, the first thing is I left my body. So that's the first thing everyone agrees into. The atheists, everybody say it's like I could see my body and I could see what was going on. Some people died in the operating room and they said, I saw the doctors in the hospital theater and all that. Other people were in a car accident. Oh, I saw the cars, the people working on me, the ambulance showed up. I was outside of my body. And usually it's from a top view. Very rarely do you get people seeing themselves from under the ground or from some other direction. It's usually right on top of themselves. Then they all talk about they see like a light. It's like a little speck of light that turns into a bigger light, and then they get drawn into the light. So they get pulled into this tunnel. Some people describe it as a tunnel. Some people describe it as a river. Some people describe it as like a funnel, or I went through some kind of cave. Everyone has a different way. And some people put a lot of religious iconation on it, like a story. Yeah, it's like God pulled me into his light, you know. Oh, wow. Atheists will describe it different. Everybody's describing it based on their experience in life. And then they come to meet dead loved ones or people they, you know, that have died or passed away. And they always tell them it's not your time, but they give them a life review. And in the life review, they do exactly what you're talking about here, where you take all that information with you and they start reliving every moment of their life instantaneously, yet they experience it as though they lived their entire life. So time seems to disappear. So they have this different view of time. They have the unity experience. They have all of these sort of things. And so those are the commonalities. And then they all get sucked back into their body like a vacuum. Like some people talk about it crashing back in your body or whatever. But yeah, so there's this life review where you get to take all that information. It's almost like they all describe it as an upload. Like I just uploaded all my life experiences and things I've learned. It just uploaded, you know, and then they came back to life. You know, or they were never really dead, I guess, technically. These people were considered clinically dead, which is not the same as ultimately dead. Okay. Right. So I just want to make that clear.
Yeah, because I was getting ready to ask I was going to ask that question. What does because they actually they did like you were saying before, they could have been under a deep consciousness. I ain't gonna say should I say the word conscious or a deep something within their mental state, but not quite at a death state.
For them, like the one thing that I was tempted to say it is that, oh, you didn't really die, you just came near death, so it was probably something like some kind of biological regularity that happens to people.
Something that happened within your
but the way they describe it, they said, no, man, it's more like, it's like I didn't jump in the ocean because I didn't die. Jumping in the ocean is like totally dying. But I came to the edge of the ocean and I was able to see the ocean and see a lot of things about the ocean. And I knew if I just jumped in, I would be immersed into that experience totally. But instead, I was only able to come to the shoreline and see it from afar. And then I was pulled back. That's how they describe it. Now, what the answer really is, I'm a humble person, so I would never say, like, I want to believe it's true, but I'm hesitant to say it was absolutely true because I don't know. They didn't really die. They just came close to
They did. I believe it was. I believe information was given, but the interpretation of information, I don't have, you know, the full understanding of that. It's just like someone's asleep. Information comes when you're sleeping in a dream and things like that. I believe they was in a certain part within the sleeping within that sleeping state that brought that dream.
Yeah.
But it's kind of interesting that all of them is the same, because that makes me wonder, did you hear other people subscribe that?
Right. So that's really what's throwing me for a loop. It's like,
right.
It's like, I want to be one way or the other. I want to say it's either not true or it is true.
Right.
And if I say it's not true, then I want to think that, well, everybody's going to have different experiences altogether. That would kind of like seal the deal that it's probably not true. Like if Christians all went to heaven and saw Jesus and, you know, went and did whatever, but then someone who was a Muslim or an atheist, like if an atheist says, oh, I only saw darkness, or I didn't see anything, I didn't experience shit, or my experience was based on my own experience, you know, maybe his story of metaphysics, I don't know, whatever. But that's not really what it was. There was too many commonalities, and they were all the same commonality. So that leaves me with two things. Either it's true that they were on the shoreline, or they were just undergoing some pattern of common biology with humans. Like all humans have this biological thing where they have life reviews and they have the light and the tunnel and the outer body. But it doesn't really make sense, because it seems like you should be able to replicate that in a lab. The only thing you can replicate is maybe one or two things, but you can never replicate all of them at the same time. Like you can replicate, like if you deprive yourself of oxygen, you can have hallucination of maybe going out of your body, of maybe having a weird dream. Well, that's kind of like an NDE in a way. And then you can get on DMT like I did, like a hallucinogen, and you can have this unification experience of deep love feeling, all of these things. But I didn't have the outer body, and I didn't have the life review, and I didn't have the light, and I didn't like all these other things. Like, why can't we just have all of them like an NDE? I don't understand that. Maybe we will one day.
I feel like, though, that such a thing would be impossible to replicate in a lab, because it's sort of like us being limited to our understanding of psychology. Like if it, like, you know, we would have to do some pretty unethical things to just be like, you know what, we're going to do mass near-death experiences on a bunch of people. It's like, just so we can, you know, find out. See if this thing is true or not. And you know, it's the same with psychology. It's like, you know, we could technically find out a bunch of things if we, you know, just tortured a bunch of people and did a bunch of experiments against their will, but that would be super unethical. So we don't do that.
I just think it's something that's going on. It could be many things that's going on. Especially they could have had information, like a person who's religious, who believe, they're going to have information according to what is gathered, the information they have gathered throughout their life and what's close to them within their heart. Atheists, they probably just going to say, because I see darkness, because they just don't believe what other people is saying. But I know sometimes
they see,
right. I know sometimes when I'm sleeping and the TV's on, I have certain dreams of what's going on that I hear
in the TV. That's the information you're getting from your senses. So you're not even conscious of it. That's another weird thing. It tells you a lot, don't it? That you have you process unconsciously things you're not aware of.
Exactly. And I think that's another way how they get to those illusions or dreams, things like that. All the information they have gathered, and it could have been a last talking point they was on before they went into that.
Now, there was one case that was really good. This is actually on YouTube, and it's everywhere. I'm trying to remember her name. It was Pat something. It was a lady back in the early 90s. Well, she was supposed to have some kind of tumor removed from her brain. Right. So what they did is they put these earplugs in her ears so she couldn't hear anything. Her eyes were taped shut, And then her body temperature was dropped down to like freezing, so that she was like dead, like no blood was even flowing, like she was just frozen almost. But at the point where they could revive her, so it was safely done. So she couldn't hear, couldn't see, and plus there was these clicks going on into her ears, like this machine. The clicks were very loud, so you couldn't hear anything anyways outside of that, Yet this lady talks about, the music they were playing in the operating theater, the conversations they were having when she was under, the instruments they were using when they were operating on her, all of these fine details. She came back and told the staff that stuff, and they all verified it was true. And how did that happen if she couldn't really hear? That's the mystery,
Wait a minute. She heard things that someone else experienced, not her, but someone else.
Yeah, in fact, she heard conversations in the theater that she, in the room, in the operating table. All the doctors were talking about personal stuff while they were operating on her. Like, yeah, I went to the store and I saw this or whatever. She recounted all those conversations, and she was joking with the people. Like, so how did whatever happened when you went and did that? And then they're like, how did you know that? Says, I heard you.
So that means when you do, so that's a possibility. When you do die, it is something that is still alive, or still something that's still going on, or inside your body, because she was hearing something.
I would be careful with that, drawing that conclusion, because it's I wouldn't, we shouldn't say that someone being under general anesthetic is comparable to death. So
right. Yeah, it's a lot different, because a lot of people say that
we can't rule it out though.
Yeah, I don't rule anything out. Yeah.
Well, no, you can't rule it out, but you can always
underdetermine.
Yeah.
You can always.
That's what I was doing. Yeah, I wasn't saying I wasn't. Yeah. That's what I was doing, because I said, because the conversation that we was having earlier. So I'm saying that could happen. We can't rule it out. Right?
I mean, you can't rule it. I mean, but I would say though that you can make it. If like I said, like with we can inference it, like we can do probabilities, we can make it seem, we can see if it's more or less likely the case, just like how we do, like Scott does with physicalism and idealism. And Scott finds idealism more likely based on all of the data he has seen, based on his own experiences, based on his own inferences.
I was just, because if she was in that type of state and still, that goes back when I be dreaming, when I be sleeping, I hear stuff on the television.
Well, yeah, skeptics of her story, of course, are saying that she had anesthetic awareness, but the real thing is though that she was in such a deep cold that she wouldn't have. That was kind of impossible, but really logically, it's the only thing you can kind of say. Because you would have to assume that there's an afterlife to say anything different. So they're going to stick with, it was probably somehow an anesthetic sort of thing. Here I pulled up because Joel was asking where can he find information on that. So I'm going to put the link in Wikipedia on her case. And let me pull it up and see what it says.
I do believe that as far as what she went through, I truly believe that.
Yeah,
but I would like to know, does it apply, or could it apply to death? Because like I asked you, does that experience, still with you when you go into the grave? When you go,
Yeah. Now, as far as my basic model, if that was true, then it would pretty much prove me wrong. It would throw everything out that I believe, because my relational non-dualism, integrated idealism is a non-dual thing, so it doesn't allow for souls and spirits and other extra realms. So I would definitely be wrong, but I would be happily wrong. I'd be happy to be wrong. Right. But it says here, and I'm sharing the screen now, and I'll just read it. It says, Pam Reynolds Laurie from Atlanta, Georgia, was an American woman who in 1991 stated she had a near-death experience during a brain operation performed by so-and-so at the Barrow Neurological Institute in Phoenix. And she was under close medical monitoring during the entire operation. During part of the operation, she had no brainwave activity and no blood flowing in her brain, which rendered her clinically dead. She claimed to have made several observations during the procedures, which medical personnel reported to be accurate. Within the field of near-death studies and among those who believe in life after death, the case has been cited as well documented and significant. So let's go to the claimed NDE. Reynolds reported that during the operation, she heard a sound like a D, natural, that seemed to pull her out of her body and allowed her to float above the operating room and watch the doctors perform the operation. Reynolds claims that during this time, she felt more aware than normal, and her vision was more focused and clearer than normal vision. She reported seeing the surgical saw, but said it looked like an electrical toothbrush, and this is in fact true. She said she could hear conversations between operating room staff, even though she had earphones in her ears, which were making a loud clicking noise many times per second in order to monitor her brain function. At some point during the operation, she said she noticed a presence and was pulled towards the light, and she began to discern figures in the light, including her grandmother, uncle, deceased relatives, and people unknown to her. According to Reynolds, the longer she was in there, the more she enjoyed it. But at some point, she was reminded she had to go back. She said her uncle brought her to her body, but she did not want to go. So he pushed her in, and the sensation was like that of jumping into ice water. And it goes on. According to the psychologist Chris French, who served at the Skeptic magazine, is that a skeptical thing? So he's going to talk about, possible explanations, but he wasn't there. In his large study on near-death experience, Professor Sam Parnia Group, the Human Conscious Project, in their AWARE study, identified one subject out of 101 cardiac arrest survivors who described details related to technical resuscitation equipment, and on and on. But yeah, she heard conversations. It'll go on and tell you about that, and the people were saying it was accurate. So yeah, it was just a really weird case, man. Some really weird stuff.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's real interesting right there.
Yeah, and and it opens up questions. Like for me, why did evolution go through all the trouble of evolving eyes and ears and life and everything we enjoy if all of that stuff is going to be even better after we die? Like what? It seems redundant in a way. So that's a mystery. If when I do die, and if this is all true, I would like to ask the man upstairs or whoever, why the redundancy? Why do we have, how do we see up in heaven? Why do we even have to come here to begin with? It all goes back to things like the problem of evil. Why do we suffer? Have all these things when we're all going to just live forever anyways. Now, a lot of people in their NDE experience told me the answers to these questions. And a lot of people, most of them, if not all of them, told me that had the answer, would tell me that basically you start off there. You can call it heaven or whatever you want to call it, this other realm. So you start off in this other realm as a piece of that light. And then the light breaks off and says, you know what? This is boring. I want to know limitation. I want to know suffering. I want the worst of the worst of the worst. Some souls or whatever want a little bit of suffering, but not a lot. Some want no suffering. They want to have it's like whatever you choose, you can have it. And they choose everything. And so when you come to this earth, you forget on purpose. You're not supposed to remember that you were a soul that lived in this other realm for eternity. You're supposed to forget. That's the whole point, because you were bored. Remember, you wanted to know what limitation is and fear and suffering. Well, if you knew that you're just an eternal being, it wouldn't mean shit to you, right? Because I know, hey, when I die, I'm going to heaven anyway. So kill me now, you know? But
yeah,
that's the point.
I see that. I see. Yeah, I do see that point. But I think to me, it's not a one answer. I think it's many answers to this. Like in Ecclesiastes, what you were saying, this world may pass away, but the ones who is left won't know what happened in the past or what's going to happen in the future. So it's to me that reminds me of the Matrix.
Yeah. Yes, there's a lot of overlap there.
Right,
a lot of overlap.
So that's why I say I don't see a one answer. I believe like whatever someone says, well, we here because we have to go through certain trials and tribulations to get to the next level. And there's many things that goes in those trials and tribulations. It's things that I may have did, but I didn't understand it fully. Like Jesus Christ and Stephen said, forget them, Lord, they know not what they do. So I might have been one of them that I don't, you know. So it could be, but until I do know, then I may go. But then I have questions to ask God too. I'd be like, well, why you give all the information?
Why? Why did you do me like this? And then you think about people like Hitler, you know. Hitler and evil people that enslaved others and killed others and murdered others and did all kinds of terrible things. Like, they get no punishment. According to every NDEer I've talked to, every soul is innocent, even when they come to earth and they do the most horrible things. All of that stuff was pre-planned. All of that stuff was supposed to happen to build to a greater thing, whatever this world is supposed to lead to.
Yeah, I believe some of that though. I believe. Yeah. See, I think it all depends on the way it's applied in the individual. I do believe, like what you just said. I do believe that, but I think it has a stopping point. It's not that. It's not that, and everything else is a no. No, I think because it's things in the Bible that supports like what you just said. You know, so. I do believe that. I do believe it's like you said, as far as something that it was set to be. Yeah, but things you can intervene. Yeah, it's things that can happen that you can intervene and go this way instead of going that way. But that has been done before. So I just think it's a lot of information. It's not one that fits all.
Yeah, like have you ever heard of the Akashic records?
No, I never heard of that.
Okay, so a lot of these NDEers will tell you about something called a universal record keeping, and a lot of the ancient people call this the Akashic records. So basically, all of our experiences, everything we learn, gets uploaded when we die, and it gets uploaded to these to this big universal record keeping system, and so that way every experience is known, is accounted for. It's all accounted for. And so it just like, you know, you have to go through every possible scenario. That means there are worlds that are totally different than the planet Earth. There are worlds that are totally different sentient beings having totally radically different experiences of what it means to be a living organism on that planet. Well, even those experiences need to be housed in these Akashic records. Everybody's experience is unique and different, and it's like a storage house of all this knowledge of what it's like to be this and that. Now, this stuff for me, there's no way to really logically prove any of this kind of stuff. These are all just stories. It kind of like, it almost sounds like religious stories. But these are the stories you hear consistently from a lot of NDEers, which I think is kind of strange too.
I could believe that because I mean things like here we keep information in database, everything that's going on as far as what we say and things is going on as far as over the internet. I can believe that, But that's the thing when it comes to like people that believe, which I also do, when it comes to going in front of God, and he has all that information, that what we've done and what we experienced. I also believe this. Do we actually know? Like we here having a conversation and we making a lot of theories and opinions and things like that. And some of the things we can just point out and say factual. But it's certain things that we cannot just say, oh, this is what it is. That is it. You can't get around it. So does that come into accountable when it comes to our experience and what we've done and what we did? Do we actually know what we really actually done? Do we actually know? Or
right.
Is it just an illusion that we think we know, but do we actually know? And I think that's where the judgment comes in. Do you actually know what you have, what you experience and what you have done? And when you pick up a cup, do you actually know that you picked that cup up, or a force picked it up and helped you pick the cup up?
Yes. Those are good thoughts, Eric, because man, this is where, like, whenever I really talk about things like free will and stuff like that, I always like to say that, well, I don't see myself as outside of nature. I see myself as part of nature. So what that would mean is that I'm a process going on in nature. So this thing that I call free will is actually just the universe. It's actually just nature itself doing stuff. And I'm just an experiencing the universe doing stuff in this little local place, namely this biological system. So it in a way, you get that feeling when
I like that.
Like, that's I'm a creator. Like here's a really good example. Like, I'm a music creator. Like, I create music, write lyrics, all of these things. I don't think about none of that stuff when I create a song. Like, if I create a beat, like if I'm creating beats or something, or if I'm writing the lyrics or whatever, I'm not thinking about it. It's just pouring out. It's almost like the words I'm talking right now, how it's all just flowing out. I'm not thinking about the words that I'm telling you. I'm just letting them flow out. And it's the same thing with the creative process. And I like that because it's what I call the flow state. It's where you're just flowing. You're not thinking about it. It's kind of like when you ride a bicycle, you're really clumsy when you're first learning because you're thinking too much.
Right.
But when you get used to it, you ride the bike without even thinking about it. Or if you're driving a car, you're so good at going this certain route every day that you don't even remember how you got home.
Yeah, that's
you just drove and you got home. And those are examples of how nature is just flowing through you. It's almost like you're not in control. Nature is. And you're just the instrument.
Yeah. That's a good one.
I have a question for you, Scott. Because you said that, you're just a process, and, one could say that nature is just a process, and there's process ontology. And so a physicalist could just say, though, that, well, that's what we're just saying about consciousness. Consciousness is just a process. So where's the issue?
Say that again. No.
Well, you're saying that you're just a process, and the physicalist, though, would say that, well, that's what we're just saying about consciousness. Consciousness is a process.
Is a process, right?
So, like, where's the issue then? Like, where's the conflict?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So, that's why I say there's a fine line between identity theories and like something like idealism, for example, because it's all non-dual. So you have this non-dual physicalism, which is like saying that you are just what the brain does. That's kind of what they may say it. In a way, they're not lying. That's nothing wrong with that. An idealist would agree with that, or a non-dualist, especially someone who's specifically not a dual aspect idealist, but a non-dualist would say, yeah, we're just the process of the brain or the process of the body. And in a larger sense, we're just the process of nature. Because remember, the mind is what's creating the distinctions and all the separations. That's just the constraint of the brain, and it likes to do that. But we know through mathematics and other tools of science that actually there's a big unification going on, that we're the ones that make these things separate. Like we were just talking about the quantum realm versus the macro Newtonian realm or whatever. There's just reality, right? It's all just a process. And we describe them. The mind loves to make distinctions and descriptions and all of that because it's how we evolve to survive. We have to know the difference between us and that rustling bush over there, which might also have a lion behind it. So we want to do the right thing and stay away from it. So it's a way of talking about the relation, but the whole relation is a system. It's one system. So underlying everything, we are just a pole within the system, one pole within that system, but that isn't really ontological separation at all. That's just polar opposites or different expressions. It's kind of like, again, the wave in the ocean. There's different waves with different heights, different forms, different shapes, but it's all just ocean water. That's all it really is. It's just the ocean doing stuff. So that's kind of what it is, you know. So it's not really wrong to say that we are a process of the brain and the body, but we're also a process of nature at large. It's just that we like to identify arbitrarily with brains or with nervous systems or whatever, right? When in fact, it's all just a very interconnected system, you know, that's going on. So there may be a higher level point of view where we can talk about idealism in that way. And then we can talk about a very local view, which would be a physical thing, you know, like we talk about causation. Remember, we had that conversation. Like we talk about causation, and it's reasonable to talk about causation. You know, if I, you know, pop this mic, if I let go of it, it's going to fall. I cause it to fall by letting go of the microphone. But really, ultimately, causation is just a way of talking about relationships, you know. It just appears to us like there's this cause in time in a sequence, and it all makes sense on one level, kind of like on that Newtonian macro level, but on another level, it doesn't hold up. Like maybe in quantum mechanics, all this stuff doesn't really make sense on those rules. You can't really talk about causation in a meaningful way, or even time in a meaningful way at the quantum level, you know. These words don't really make the same kind of sense, you know? And so that just kind of lets me know that we are just a certain kind of observer, and we have a certain way of speaking about things, but it isn't really reflecting the true ontology of things. And I would say, as far as I know, as far as I can go back, the true ontology is just the relation between all things. That's all.
So
including our observation, by the way.
So you'd say that, you know, it's fine that both the idealist and the physicalist can look at consciousness and be like, all right, it's a process. It's just, you would argue that that particular process is foundational, and and that under physicalism, though, this process as an emergent property doesn't add up to you.
Doesn't add up because remember, they kind of got the cart before the horse. They're saying that, you know, the light causes the photons to come out. No, the lamp causes photons. That's not how it works. You know, basically, you know, there's a lot of things going on inside of a lamp that would relate to photons shining out, you know, and being, you know, related to with our eyeballs and our brain and everything. Like it's all just if you're so used to talking about things in terms of locality, you know, this thing versus that thing, that's a very dualistic way, and it's a very intuitive way to see the world. And that's why science has progressed, because we started off as a very dualistic sort of understanding. We got that from all that from Christianity, in fact, and Islam, that there was God, there was the creator and the creation, there was the light and the dark, there was the evil and the good, you know, there always two things, you know, in opposition to each other. There's the soul, and then there's the body. You know, there's always a dualistic thing going on. But as science progressed, we started learning how integrated things really were, and how it was really hard to explain. Well, if dualism is true, then how do you explain how the soul interacts with the body? There's no way to really talk about that, you know, except just kind of hand wave it away. You know, there's no real way. It's way much easier to say that, well, it's all one thing. You know, the soul is the body, is the brain, is nature, is everything. You know, this whole identity thing, this whole selfhood thing. Have to think of ourselves as separate.
Oh, you're cutting in and out, Scott.
You won't live. Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You're cutting in and out.
My bad. My bad. I don't know where I left off.
Yeah, I see. I see what you were saying. But what I would like to ask what is it? Neil. You said
Nelly. You call him Nelly.
Oh, Nelly. You said in what is it? Physicalism. They say you use the word emergent properties. What is that? I just like to define, you know, understand definition of words when people, so I could get a full understanding. How do they use it? Do they use it as a foundation when it comes to like idealism or?
So okay, well, there are two different things going on there. So like foundational stuff means it's nothing else can be reduced. Like you know, that is what it cannot be. I'm trying to think of the word. It's the word is escaping my
weak emergence, strong emergence.
Oh no, like when you're talking about the foundation, before we even get to emergence, it's like, you know, that things cannot be did I say reduced? Maybe that was the word.
Reduced, yeah.
But
you said it.
Okay.
Yeah, you said that right.
Yeah, so like, you know, as far as we know, a quantum field can't be reduced to anything else, at least as of now. Our understanding of science might change, and there's something even more foundational than that. But you know, theoretically, something foundational can't be broken down into any smaller parts. And so emergence basically is like, if you combine a whole bunch of these foundational parts, well, it doesn't even have to be foundational parts, but, you know, if we start with the foundation, you know, let's say, you know, you have these subatomic particles, and they gravitate towards each other. You know, the protons and the neutrons form the nucleus of an atom, and you get electrons, and that forms an atom. You could say an atom is an emergent property of subatomic particles. That's what we mean by emergence. And usually that's defined as weak emergence. Like, you can always, with weak emergence, you can always trace the emergent property back to lesser parts. So, you know,
like the fire triangle.
Okay.
You know, you got fuel, oxygen, and heat. You put all those together, you get fire. But there's no fire quality within the fuel, the oxygen, or the heat. But you put them all together, you get the fire, right? So that would be like a weakly emergent thing. So
is it a part of
by interaction? Go ahead.
But is it a part of a foundation or no? Is it separate, or does it come from a foundation?
It comes from the foundation.
Oh, okay.
So, you know, like, it's sort of like how we explain the how the one becomes the many. So, you know, like, you know, just look at humans. You know, we look different from everything. You know, like from a bat, from a dog, from a tree, from a planet. But if you keep, you know, looking, you know, under a microscope and you keep going further and further down, it's like eventually you see that the same elements that make up the entire solar system are the same elements found in our bodies. You know, we're all made of the same stuff foundationally.
Okay.
It's just as you get a more complex organism, you get these more complex emergent properties. So, you know, like, you know, a rock isn't going to have the same emergent properties as a human, even though we have the same foundation, because we're more complex than a rock. So, you know, like with a human, you know, we have organs, and out of those, you know, from the, you know, what makes up the organ is human tissue, and what makes up tissue is cells, and you know, you can just keep going down and down,
and even
until you get to that foundation.
Now, even though, like you said, it may come from a foundation, it doesn't weaken the foundation, correct? But
yeah, no, like the foundation doesn't like disappear or change over time, you know.
But what about the which is when the thing that comes from the foundation, could that be weakened and disappear?
Yeah. I mean, you know, as far as we know, you know, and as Ex Musica says, we don't really know what the foundation is, but yeah, like, you know, our cells break down and decay. Like, you know, there's all the things that aren't the foundation seem to just decay over time. Like even atoms can decay, even though they can last for billions of years. That even those will break down into subatomic particles, and you know.
I got you. I was just trying to get, you know, things. You know, I just don't like to be, you know. I want to make sure if I ever talk about this that I'm saying the right thing. I don't want to be.
No, you're good. And hey, don't even take my word for it. You know, you always keep looking these things up at reputable sources. You know, I could be getting some things wrong, even though I'm pretty sure what I described to you was accurate.
Oh yeah, I appreciate it.
And then tell them about the difference between weakly emergence, which you just explained, and strongly emergence.
Okay, and then strong emergence is pretty much like where I'd say this is where the debate of consciousness is currently at, because most people would, most physicalists would say that consciousness is weakly emergent, and consciousness first people, idealists such as Scott, would say no, it's strongly emergent. You don't have any way. There is no connection between the lesser parts and what consciousness is. Like it just seems like it's a completely new thing that has no relation to what you're claiming it has a relation to.
No.
Yeah, like so. Like if you add it up, like 0 plus 0 equals what?
0.
Like 0. But if you just add a billion zeros to it and arrange all those zeros in just the right way, you'll get a non-zero number. Do you believe that's the case?
If you add a billion zeros and get a negative zero?
Like if you added like a billion zeros or a trillion, add as many zeros as you want and arrange all those zeros in a special way, would you get a non-zero number, like maybe a number 5 or something out of that?
Nah, I would say it's still 0 to me.
Me too. Yeah. I kind of think like you. So
and
that's kind of why I don't fall for strong emergence, because strong emergence is saying experience is represented by, say, a number, like say 5 or something. But non-experience is obviously 0. Nothing is no experience. So it would represent 0. But what the strong emergence person would say, well, if you just combine all this 0 experience stuff together, you will eventually get an experience. Yeah. And what I'd like to say is that sounds like magical thinking to me, I may be wrong. We may live in a magical kingdom. I don't know. But as far as I understand, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
I'm trying to figure that. Unless they say the experience is you're not experiencing anything.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And so the core features of strong emergence is like the irreducibility. Higher level macro features cannot be fully explained or deduced by the micro level physics. And new causal powers. So the emergent property exerts its own distinct causal influence that is something over and above the base components. And then I think the final feature of strong emergence is the in principle unpredictability. So unlike weak emergence, where complex patterns like traffic jams can be simulated and tracked, strong emergence cannot be computed or foreseen ahead of time from initial microstate rules. And so in both in philosophy and science, consciousness is hotly debated of whether is classified as weakly emergent or strongly emergent. With conscious.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was to say with consciousness, the subjective inner experience and self-awareness are frequently cited as prime candidates. As neural firings alone seemingly fail to analytically explain the raw feel of a thought or a sensation.
But this will be in a state that you haven't experienced, right? Because you said it's a higher complex system, right? That is so complex that you haven't experienced it or you don't know anything about it. Is that what you're saying? Oh, I might be off.
What I'm saying is the experience. If it's strongly emergent, it can't be reduced or deduced by the micro level physics. And in this case, when it comes to consciousness, it can't be fully explained by the neurons and synapses of the brain firing off. Yeah.
But wouldn't that be considered nothing then? Or no?
Wait, nothing?
Yeah, would it be considered that you like a zero, like he made the analogy? Because
So what the idealists would be arguing that the physicalist isn't, the argument that they're making is that it seems like what they're saying is that this non-experience, these neurons, these zeros, sometimes if you somehow put them together in the right magnitude or order, you somehow get that one, that experience. And so for the idealists would say that seems like magical thinking, but the physicalist would say, you're mistaken. That it's weakly emergent. It's just we don't fully understand this weak emergence, and given enough time, if we just rely on the scientific method, we'll eventually get an explanation as to why this truly is a weak emergence. And so that the idealist is mistaken. So that's I would say the back and forth.
Okay.
Well, right now it's a big mystery.
Right. So right. So you're saying in time we may get to the point that the zero does go to that one.
Well, I would say that, the physicalist would say it was never a zero to begin with, but
okay.
That it's all ones.
It's all ones. Okay. That's because I'm trying. See, I like to think things all the way through. But like we were talking about earlier, we just can't. Sometimes we can't let our mind go all the way. But I'm just trying to equal. I can see the point. It's just that it's by we not, like you said, science don't have the information.
A part of the major issues though is that certain camps don't want to try to put themselves inside the other person's way of thinking, and a lot of people just end up talking past each other. And
I see that. But if they say it's all started out at one, what's that one? What is?
Well, I mean, the physicalist would just say it's all physical stuff, and that the conscious experience is just another form of physical properties interacting with each other. You know.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see.
But
okay.
here's Skyworks. This is a typical physicalist statement about that. So he would say the emergence of consciousness is not equivalent to adding a vast number of zeros and coming up with zero. Consciousness being emerged is a result of chemicals and charges being combined in particular arrangements. So if you listen to my analogy, I said it wasn't just zeros being added. I said it's zeros being added in just the right arrangement. If you added all the zeros in a particular arrangement, would you get a non-zero number? And I'm not sure how, so I remain skeptical about that. Now that sort of begs the question when you say that, oh no, it's not, consciousness being emergent is just the result of chemicals and charges being combined in particular arrangements. That sort of begs the question that you can combine chemicals and charges to get consciousness. You're assuming that if we knew this was the case, we would be creating conscious computers right now. We'd be creating conscious beings right now, but we can't, because it's a mystery. That's all. Now you may be right. It may be the fact that maybe there's something about chemicals and there's something about, what did he say? Energy or something, charges or whatever, charge and chemicals. There's something about charges and something about chemicals that creates a first person subjective experience. I'm skeptical about that because when we talk about chemicals and charges and arrangement, we're talking about descriptions. How does first person experience arise from third person descriptions? I don't know how that can happen. I know that you can talk about, the fluid dynamics from combining, like the weakly emergent things, the fire triangle. I don't have a problem with that because they're all the same category, right? They're non-experiential things. I don't assume that fire is having an experience. And if you just combine fuel, heat, and all of that, and oxygen, that it will arise into a fire that's having an experience. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think anybody's even saying that because they're all of the same category. But you have to understand, Skyworks, experience is first person, subjective, and private. How you go from describing chemicals and charges combining to explain consciousness, I think that's a huge leap. It's a categorical gap that you're trying to wave your hand away. You're trying to wave your hand and say, oh, it's just combining these things and that thing. We don't know that. I mean, we can say that from our philosophical armchair, but there are no demonstrated, scientifically proven methods to create consciousness in the lab or anywhere else, right? The only way I know to do it is to have a baby, have sex with a beautiful woman, and then out comes a baby. You've just created consciousness. That's the only way I can see of doing it. But, theoretically, by just combining a bunch of chemicals and charges, I don't know how that's going to happen. But I'm not a scientist either. So maybe they will find that out one day, but that's the promissory note fallacy. We don't say something's true because it may be the case that we'll find out it is true later on. You can say that about the flying spaghetti monster. The flying spaghetti monster, we don't see it now, but give us a little time. Give us 100 years. We'll figure it out. Flying spaghetti monster is real. Doesn't follow. That's all I'm saying. I think you followed up. I thought you were of the opinion that consciousness is the ground of being, that nothing could exist without consciousness. Well, that's a kind of idealism that I'm careful not to word it that way, because that's sort of a belief system in a way. But it is a model that more cleanly can explain any conscious experience better than a non-experiential model, one that's rooted in non-experience. So I would say that idealism does better at explaining consciousness metaphysically than physicalism, but at the same time, these models are just models. They're not science. It isn't science. It isn't anything we've demonstrated. It's just philosophy. So I don't really take metaphysical things as my core beliefs. What I believe, though, is that in what I've observed and experienced firsthand, which is relations. I believe that relations are really the ground of all that, but in a way that meets with idealism somewhere, because if consciousness is non-reducible, as far as we know, it's like a non-reduction and everything is relational, that makes causation, time, and all that stuff as an ontology not really a factor. And so consciousness comes out of that core relation, right? So that's as far as I'll go with it. I don't like to talk about things I cannot really justify like that. So I leave rational people to make that decision on their own. I'm just more prone to idealism. I lean into idealism as an explanation for consciousness. And I can understand the ontological move one would want to make, but I still think it's a bit underdetermined for me to really say that, to be honest with you. Can consciousness exist without a material world? Well, that I don't know. That's the question on the table. What is the material world, by the way, outside of an experience?
If you would have said yes, that would have been a belief, right? Like you said, yeah, that would have been a belief.
That would have been a belief system. So I don't want to chain myself into a belief. I'd rather, but all knowledge is belief, actually. I mean, it's justified true belief, right?
Yeah, that's true right there. Yeah. I was just thinking that.
Yeah, all knowledge is belief anyways.
And that's not to say there aren't idealists out there who would just straight up say, like, yes, there is, there is consciousness without a material world, and that would be their argument to make. But like you said, it seems like with your argument, with the way you combine relations and idealism. Well, to me, it's like if you introduce relations, then you automatically introduce structure into the picture, and so structure seems to be intrinsic to the cosmos, and then the question becomes: is that structure more intrinsic than conscious? And we can try to hash that out. Yeah.
I mean, like I can at least start with epistemically. I can say definitely epistemically I'm an idealist. I'm not a solipsist, so I don't think that my mind is the only mind that exists in reality. I infer that everyone else is conscious like me when we're talking and having these kind of conversations, so I grant that. So that would make me an idealist in the sense that the only thing I know that connects everybody together is a field of intersubjectivity. And so in that case, I'm an idealist epistemically. Ontologically, the question is open, and I just put my cards on the table. Now, next weekend, we're going to have a show where we're about is atheism a philosophical monolith? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to have different atheists, one of which is an idealist. I'm going to have Alex K on. You remember Alex K, right, Nell?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, so he's going to come on. He's an atheist, but he's going to argue the strong case for idealism being the ontological foundation of reality. And I'm going to let him explain his view on that. I'm going to talk about non-dualism. Brooklyn Lou's going to come at it with his own, ideas, and then objective ethics. Dan from objective ethics is going to talk about how he thinks that morality is objective. Now, this is the funny thing. And I hate saying that atheists believe that and theists believe that. Like, it's not a monolith. But we talk about this all the time, me and Neil. Most atheists we talk to are physicalists. They seem to be dualist in their speech, and they also seem to be progressive liberals, and they also seem to be what you call it? What was I just saying? Moral subjectivist. Yeah, moral subjectivist. So I'm bringing on atheists who all disagree with those atheist norms, so to speak. Just to and then we're all going to argue. We're all going to argue how we're all wrong.
And I'll bring, I'll bring my own position.
And you bring yours, please.
Because I'm not a physicalist, but I'm also not an idealist or panpsychist. I would just say I'm squarely in the naturalist camp. I think naturalism is good enough.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at too, to be quite honest with you, Neil. As you know, over the months I've been working on different models. Like I've published some physicalist models in my Substack, and I've also published some idealist models and everything else in between. And it just by doing all that work and research, it just kind of led me to understand that a lot of this stuff has a lot of assumptions baked in. Now, idealism does, in one aspect, have the most parsimonious view, because it just starts with what we know the best. The more confident we are is that we do have an experience of existing. And so that would be the foundation, is something we know rather than something we assume. So I like that part of it, but when it comes to ontology, it's kind of a leap to go from epistemology to ontology. So there is an assumption there. And I think it's okay to have an assumption. But if in everything you have to have at least one assumption, that's fine. But just the fact that we have to have even one assumption makes me skeptical about all of them.
Yeah. And I would say, like, the only other ontology that I'm sort of being drawn towards, which I would maybe add to my naturalism at some point, would be the radical ontic structural realism, which is, for anyone listening, that's the philosophical view in the philosophy of science that individual physical objects do not exist at all, and relational structures is all there is.
Wow. Yep, what's it called again? What's it called again?
Radical ontic structural realism. And so it's, often summarized by the phrase relations without relata, basically relations without things being related.
Okay. So without things being related, it does. Okay.
It argues that what we call objects, like subatomic particles, chairs, planets, are metaphysically illusions, or mere shorthand for complex webs of mathematical and structural relations.
Oh, math. Okay. So is this, you say it's just an illusion?
Yeah, right? But it's not to be confused with something like, I'm trying to remember of the metaphysical framework where it's saying that mathematical structures or mathematics itself is the only thing that there is, like a Platonic, Platonic objects. That's not what structural realism is.
Quick shout out to Objective Ethics. We were just talking about you, man. We're going to have you on next week to talk about objective morality. And I was just talking about how next week we're going to have this show on is atheism a monolith, philosophically speaking? And he's the guy I was talking about, one of the folks that's going to be on the panel. So shout outs to you, man.
Yeah, I'm subscribed to this channel. I seen him on A's Philosophy. I see he be on there a lot.
Yes. A's Philosophy. Another interesting person too.
Yeah, I'm subscribed to both of them. I met A Philosophy a few years ago on I think, was it Richard? I forgot his. Yeah, I forgot his channel now.
But yeah, and just to clear things up a little bit, like what I was getting at, like mathematical realism, where I would say that is a form of Platonism, is the thesis in the philosophy of mathematics. It states that mathematical entities like numbers, sets, and functions exist objectively as abstract, non-physical, non-spatio-temporal objects. They exist outside of our minds and outside of the physical universe, whereas radical ontic structural realism is the thesis that fundamental nature of the physical universe is structural. It does not say the universe is made of abstract, ghostly math numbers floating in a Platonist heaven. It says that physical reality itself, matter, energy, space-time, is comprised of concrete relational structures rather than individual things. Which you can use, which you can use the language of math to describe.
And it's backed by scientific evidence.
Well, it's not. It was born from scientists, like what from physicists who study the quantum realm. When they tried to describe the quantum realm, they couldn't really describe it in terms of objects. They could only describe it in term of relations. And so it was a natural, like, it was just born out of this result of the quantum realm.
Oh, do they apply mathematics to equations to that too, or no?
Well, it's that that the physical reality can be described by mathematics, but it would be an error, at least from the radical ontic structural realists' position, to conflate the math with the math being all that there is.
Oh, okay. So basically, okay, it's just not the math; it's more than the math, also.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The way I look at it, like, I had debated some physicalists. They were saying that they agree that, the physical world can be described rigorously with numbers. And so they were saying that means for them that ontologically, metaphysically, everything is in numbers, that actually your experience is not as real as the numbers that describe it. The numbers that describe your experience of smelling a rose or tasting garlic or something like that is not as real as the numbers that describe those, that it's all within pi. But my question is, well, what is the equation for the smell of garlic? What is? Give me one equation for one single experience. And they can't do it, number one, of course. But the other thing too is that we forget that math is just the language we invented. We came up with this. We made it up. Like there are, it's like Neil just said, we didn't pull these numbers out of the sky somewhere. We made this stuff up as a language to describe what it is we're experiencing. We're describing an experience. So all science and math is just an exploration into intersubjective experience. That's why, it's a non-reductive metaphysical base. So it's part of the relations. It's the key thing to the relations. Like everything we talk about, as Neil was saying, like a structure, a relational structure, is only known by being an observer of it, and a specific kind of observer, because a bat may not experience my lamp or my TV the same way I do. He may be listening through sonar, and experiencing it that way. I'm experiencing it as a human observer. So every observer is relating to the structure differently. And so this is kind of where the idealism comes in, that it's kind of fundamental too, though, that you have an observation.
Well, what you experience has mathematical equations within it.
We can describe it that way, just like we use letters. We don't have to use numbers. We can use letters. Like everything is representational. Like the numbers, like the plus sign, the minus sign. These are representations that we thought up, and we teach it to our children so that they understand how we're using the math, right? So it isn't something we just know when we're born or anything like that. It's something we have to make up. So it's just like we can use letters like the letter R-E-D to describe the color of an apple, for example.
Right. Mm-hmm.
You know, there is no red inside the apple at all. Red doesn't even exist objectively outside of the observer who's interpreting the light waves a certain kind of way, right?
Right.
So red is just a concept. It's just the way that humans talk about the way that light shines off the apple and into our eyes and stuff like that. But there is no fundamental color or anything like that. What's more fundamental than that are the frequencies of wavelengths and stuff like that. But even those are descriptions as well. You know, we lose sight of that. Everything, you know, a lot of people say, oh, well, science is good at getting away from it. We're actually in the business of getting out of experience. Like scientists will tell you, like I heard Neil deGrasse Tyson talking to Donald Hoffman, who is an idealist. And Donald Hoffman said that basically it's an experiential thing that science is engaged in. And Neil deGrasse Tyson wanted to push back and say, no. Science transcends experience. That's why we have things like microscopes and telescopes and things like that. We're getting out of our experience for these tools that can give us a deeper understanding. But Donald Hoffman quickly came back, said, yeah, but you had to experience the microscope.
You had a microscope.
It just enhanced your experience. It didn't take it away. You didn't get out of it. It just enhanced it even more.
Because you had to get the microscope to
And just a clarification here, like with the radical ontic structural realism, you know, like that was built to solve puzzles in quantum physics, you know, not something like psychology. However, you know, if we take if we take this to its logical conclusion, everything is just relations, you know, at the bottom, you know, we can deconstruct something like the smell. Like the common sense view is like a physical food object like garlic releases independent chemical objects, molecules, you know, these fly through the air, bind to independent object, a nasal receptor, and send a signal to a distinct object, you know, your brain creating a private sensation called, you know, a qualia. And, you know, that's how you get the smell of garlic in the common sense view. But in, you know, under radical ontic structural realism, there is no garlic, no molecule, and no brain. What you call a molecule is just a localized stable pattern within a quantum field. The smell is a high level informational and causal network. It is a structural synchronization between the quantum field of the food and the biological field of the organism. You know, the experience is not in you, it is the web of relations between these systems. That's how it would be described under that view.
I can see that too.
That's pretty wild, man. Actually,
I can't. The way words it throws you off, but the conclusion. I mean, I can see that. It'll throw a lot of people off because we used to hear things a certain way. So I can see when he put it in con. Yeah, I can see it. Well, because the reason I was talking about numbers because it reminded me of the Torah. Each letter in the Torah or word has a number, and each of those numbers add up to an interpretation. And some rabbis say if you don't know the numbers and put the numbers in, you won't get the full understanding of the Torah or the Word of God because you don't have the numbers to go along with it to see beyond of what you're reading.
And at the very least, that lets you know that all language is representational in mathematics. See, a lot of people don't understand that mathematics is a language. You know, it is, you know, I think Carl Sagan says it's the language of the universe or whatever, because it's so rigorous. It describes the deeper things of the world. Our everyday speech just reflects our everyday experience. And this is why I say my theory is that the reason why things like non-duality and idealism is so hard to understand is because our everyday language of words convey dualism at every turn, you know, like this and that, up and down, her and him, them and they. All of these things are very dualistic in their language. So it's sort of like if you are only going to think in terms of how you speak, or you're going to speak in terms of how you think. Like I was trying to do a video, and I still am working on it, but there are tribes in the world right now that don't have language for things like left and right, up and down, anything like that. So their language is like north and south, east and west. And so what happens is they had some researchers go in and say, well, their language is so different. They don't have representations for the things we do in English. How do they live their life? And come to find out, these people live radically different because they understand the world radically different. And in fact, they have skills that we Americans just don't have. Like this one guy was lost in the jungle, and there was this other guy that was from that tribe, was just there, and they were trying to figure out where they are. Like he goes, I'm trying to get to this particular place where I came from. It's got to be like 20 miles away, and we're on foot. I don't know which way to go. I'm lost. I don't want to keep getting more lost. And the guy immediately found out where to go. He was like, yeah, you have to go southwest in that direction and walk for so long, and you'll probably get there. And he was right. He tested it, and he was right. And the guy was just as lost as he was, but because it was something like that. His language was just his superpower, because their language primed them to understand directionality way more advanced than your normal English speaker. And I want to get a video on that. I got to do more research on that. But basically, it's really interesting how language sort of forms your concepts, which forms your worldviews and the way you see things and perceive the world. And so maybe, just maybe, the reason physicalism is so popular in the West is it's a product of our language. Our language makes it very hard to understand things like non-dualism. It seems to present so many contradictions to our language. Yeah, and so people are like, I don't get it. You know, like, how can that be possible? So that may have something to do with it, you know?
Yeah, I think it has something. Yep. And to some people, it has a lot to do with it because the language, and I think somebody pointed the language out in the chat. But yeah, I think that has a lot to do with it, and it caused confusions, misunderstanding. Yeah. You could be saying the same, both persons could be saying the same thing, but the language that they use, and it sounds like they're saying something different.
I mean, just like how I broke down the smell of garlic under two different metaphysical views, and the same. I mean, and you can do that same experiment with like analytical idealism. You know, an analytic idealist would break down the experience of smelling garlic into something like the real garlic is a thought of the cosmos. You know, in this view, the fundamental fabric of reality is a single cosmic mind, or mind at large. And what we call the physical world is just what cosmic thoughts look like from the outside. So the physical garlic sitting on a cutting board along with its airborne sulfur molecules is not a mind-independent physical object. Instead, the garlic is a transpersonal mental process, a literal thought or an emotional ripple occurring within the mind at large. I was just going to say it exists objectively outside of your mind, but it does not exist outside of a mind.
Right.
Okay. Right. Is that what you said?
You can look at like color perception. Like languages divide the color spectrum differently. For example, some languages have separate basic words for colors that English speakers group under one term. Like researchers found that speakers can become faster or more sensitive at distinguishing colors than their language gives separate names to, particularly when the colors fall across a linguistic category boundary. For example, like in English, we have the color like I don't know, blue or red, or say blue, in some language separate basic terms for lighter and darker blue. And this doesn't mean an English speaker literally cannot see the difference, but it kind of does mean that language can influence categorization and discrimination and make you more sensitive to understanding and seeing those things. And that's kind of what I mean about a lot of these philosophical concepts. The language that you use can dull in your sensibilities to those sort of concepts. Like some languages would describe like spatial relationships using like absolute coordinates rather than left and right, like I was saying earlier. So for example, instead of saying like the cup is to the left of the plate, you know, one speaker may say the cup is east of the plate. That was the really funny thing that the guy was saying. And like, so speakers of languages with this system can become extraordinarily practiced at tracking geographic orientation. So their language encourages a different way of organizing spatial information. So it's the same thing when we talk about anything else. A lot of times it's just we're constrained by the words we use and are familiar with.
But Nelly said the thought came from cosmos. So we have what relationship?
I was trying to describe what I don't know. I don't know if I gave it justice of describing how idealism or idealists see the world, but they basically the gist of it is that the cosmos, or you know, all of reality is a universal consciousness, or known as the mind at large. And you know, analytical idealism, the philosophy that's championed by Bernardo Kastrup, he uses like a psychological concept such as of dissociation, similar to how a person with dissociative identity disorder develops distinct alters to explain individual people. So he would describe you as a localized dissociated alter of the mind at large, or the universal consciousness. Your body, your nose, and your brain are not machines that create consciousness. Instead, your body is simply the outer appearance or the image of your inner mental disassociation.
Hey,
Pretty deep shit right there, buddy.
Hey, there you go, right there. Now I can definitely get next to that right there.
Hey man, that what he's talking about, like that disassociation. I was just reading. There was one case where this lady, she was born blind. Born blind. She'd never seen anything in her whole life, right? But then she started having disassociation, like DID, dissociation identity disorder. And all of a sudden, one of her alters, like one of her people that she would pretend to be or who she was, they call them alters, right? She could see. That person could see and describe everything and walk and do stuff. But the other alters were blind. And they and put her in an fMRI, and they said that her sight was active under the other alter. The part of her brain that controls sight was active under that one alter, but not on the others. How the hell does that happen?
I can. I used to think about that also. I used to think about that on the regular all the time. The inner. Yeah, that's deep. I like that.
Yeah, and to complete the garlic example there, like under analytic idealism, perception is an informational dashboard. So like if your mind wasn't separated from the rest of the universe, you'd drown in what Kastrup calls an entropic soup of the cosmos's infinite thoughts. Your five senses therefore act as a protective boundary. When the transpersonal mental process, you know, like the garlic, presses against your boundary, your nose, your mind translates that interaction into a safe, readable symbol. So analytical idealism compares this to an airplane pilot flying blind through a storm. The pilot doesn't look directly out the window. They look at the dashboard of dials and meters. The smell of garlic is a dial on your cognitive dashboard. The scent isn't a literal copy of the external world, but a highly effective, qualitative representation designed to help your biological avatar navigate the mind at large. And so neuroscience maps the boundary, not the cause. A brain scan will show your olfactory cortex lighting up when you smell garlic. A material says the brain activity caused the smell. And an analytical idealist corrects this by saying the neural activity is just what it looks like when a cosmic thought crosses your mind's boundary. The brain activity doesn't generate the qualia. It is merely the physical mechanism or exhaust left behind when a transpersonal idea registers on your personal dashboard. And that's how, an idealist could explain the smell of garlic.
Right.
In other minds.
Yep. No, I would just ask one last question. How does time fit in this? Can you fall in different time zones or
that's a great question,
and not experience certain things because of the time zone that you're in?
I love that topic, man. That this reminds me of the B theory, block universe theory. Like time is sort of the way we talk about the relationship between order and disorder. So, like you can have like a totally clean house or something. Give it 3 months. Give it 3 months and don't clean, don't do anything. That house is going to fall apart. And it don't matter what you do. It's just, that's just the nature of nature, that things move from order to disorder. Like if you have like a cup of hot water or coffee, like black coffee, coffee's in an ordered state, and you have like a little cup of milk. The milk is in an ordered state. But as soon as you pour that milk into the coffee, you start stirring it, you'll see the coffee lose its structure. The milk will lose its structure, and it will become like the color of coffee, like light brown or whatever, right? It's moving from order to disorder as it relates to other things. And there's constant change in the universe. It's constantly evolving and changing. So it's always moving from one state to the other. And that's what observers like humans will call sequences of time. They'll say, like, at this particular time, it was here, now it's there. You can throw like you can have a field of baseball players on a baseball field, and everybody can look at the baseball being thrown in the air, and everybody's going to position themselves to catch the baseball, right? And so what people like to say is that, look, you can see it traveling at this velocity and speed. The air, if you want to get really technical, the wind is blowing against it. So you can kind of measure when the ball is going to fall, where it is, and you can catch it accurately. And we call that like a sequence of events over time. The baseball started here, went over there. It's affected by all these things in time. And so we can get there. We just time it just right. Using our motor reflexes, our brain is able to determine when to put your hand up to catch the ball and all this stuff. It's really amazing how that happens. We generally call that like time and causation in sequences of events. But what scientists would like to say is that there is no real time. Or causation or time or anything. That's just how we speak about it. There's some physicists who reject time altogether. Not all of them, but some do. Someone like Sean Carroll would say there is no causation in time and all that. That there's just this relationship between these particular things happening and then you happening, and all these things are just happening. So one thing you can kind of picture is like, suppose you didn't see the baseball flying, you didn't see any of that thing, but you did see the people in the field running and doing all the behaviors and all of this stuff. All you could really describe was a pattern. You just said there's a pattern of activity, and it seems to be irregularity. And you could possibly explain what's going on in radically different ways than just the football playing baseball.
Yeah. Oh, and just a quick clarification there, Scott. I think it would be more accurate to say that Sean Carroll, it's not that he doesn't believe space-time isn't real. It's that he doesn't
Right,
believe that it's not the most foundational thing that there is. That
that's what I mean, right.
Time is real, but it's as we were talking about earlier, Eric. There are physicists that would say that time is emergent, not foundational.
Okay.
Yep, that's right. Thanks for that correction, because Sean Carroll does talk about time and causation all the time. Pardon the pun. So he doesn't say time is an illusion. So Carroll would generally treat time as like a real feature of our physical description of the universe, rather than claiming that it doesn't exist at all in any kind of way. Like he would say the arrow of time is emergent, like Nell said. And so yeah, it's not ontologically real, maybe you could say. Like I said, I think he would argue too that arrow of time would emerge from thermodynamics in order to disorder, particularly the universe increase in entropy, So that's what gives you that arrow of time. That's how I would look at it. And he does say some things about its relation to consciousness. He connects like a few features of consciousness and cognition to the thermodynamic arrow, right? So he would say memory. So we remember the past, but we don't remember the future. We make predictions about possible future states. Causation is we experience causes preceding effects. And like if he was to talk about agency, he usually says we can act to change future states, but we can't act to change past states. And, we all experience ourselves moving from young to old, right? So we get older, aging. So Carroll argues that these apparently different temporal, asymmetries could ultimately be understood as manifestations of the arrow. But he's also explicitly discussed consciousness in relation to our ability to represent alternative times and possibilities. So he would argue manipulating possibilities across time is important for cognition, like in consciousness. Right. So he says that's the thing that kind of gives you that feeling of free will. So it's so he would kind of frame it like the fundamental laws don't really obviously contain the flow of time that we experience in our consciousness, yet consciousness experiences a world with a past, present, future, memory, causation, anticipation. Carroll's probably would propose that these features emerge from the relations and from the thermodynamic arrow of time with our specific kind of brains and ways of experiencing is probably what he would say. And that gives me an interesting question for my relational non-dualism. Like, if the subjective experience of temporal flow is not fundamental to the microscopic laws, then what example is consciousness experiencing when it experiences the present?
That's a really good question. And
that is a good question.
And Eric, the way that Scott was describing time, that's like only one way of looking at it. Like, looking at it like the block universe and space-time fabric. That's usually how physicalists would describe what time is. But like under analytical idealism, it flips physicalism upside down, because the fundamental fabric of reality is a single eternal universal mind. Time cannot be external physical container. So the mind at large contains all thoughts, possibilities, and experiences simultaneously in a timeless eternal state is how I would think of it. So however, when a portion of that mind dissociates into an individual person like you, it cannot process everything at once. So that's that's where the this is where the dashboard comes in. You know, time is a mechanism of your century dashboard. It is a cognitive filing system that takes the vast static soup of cosmic thoughts and forces them into a linear one thing after another sequence, so your localized mind doesn't overload.
Overflow and then get
And you know, like, think of a movie reel. All the frames of the movie exist simultaneously on the plastic strip, which can represent the eternal cosmic mind. Time only arises when a projector lens passes over the frames one by one. Timeline is the projection, not the underlying reality.
Donald Hoffman uses the analogy of the computer interface, like the GUI, the graphic user interface. So he would say, like, our brains evolved to simplify reality in a very user-friendly way. So it's kind of like on your computer, you see, you know, your recycle bin, your blue folder with your speech in it, in the internet, right? You see all those little links and everything like that in your email, where you can click on it and write an email. But if you had to know about all the code that went into that, all the transistors and electricity that's firing your computer, making the programs run, the hard drive, and all the intricate things that go into you writing an email, you'd never write a fucking email because it would be too complicated. It's too much to know. That's why they dumbed it down to make it very simple. So it's not that you don't take it seriously. You wouldn't want to take your folder with your speech in it and move it to the recycle bin, because then you erase it. So it has consequences. It's just that the things that are dumbed down for you are not exactly as they appear to be, that there's more going on under the hood.
So it's just not the appearance, but what's inside the appearance that you
and once again, like, radical on-stick structural realism has another way of looking at time. Since it eliminates things and leaves only structures, time cannot be a physical substance like physicalism might suggest, nor can it be a pure mental projection like idealism suggests. So time, I'd say, is the structural mathematical relationship between events. It is defined by how points in a network relate to each other geometrically and causally. So, and you know, this leads to causal asymmetry. You know, I'll just shorten it to ROSR. You know, radical ontic structural realism. It defines the arrow of time purely through mathematical asymmetry. The structure of the universe is ordered such that state A structurally implies state B, but state B does not structurally imply state A. This directional relational web is what we call time. And this is ROS would also agree with that. Would probably agree with Sean Carroll that time isn't fundamental. It's aligns heavily with cutting edge physics theories like loop quantum gravity, which suggests that at the deepest subatomic level, space and time completely disappear. Time only emerges at a macro level when small structural relations web together into a larger network. So,
do you know we sound like a bunch of nerds up here? We sound like a bunch of geeks up here geeking out on stuff. I love it. I love this conversation, man. Thank you, Phyllis Sober. Hey, my man, I was watching your show today. I just didn't have a chance to comment, but yeah, I was checking it out. Phyllis Sober's got a really cool channel called Phyllis Sober, and he talks about the question, does God exist, and stuff like that, and they have really interesting conversations. Yeah, man.
Now,
hell yeah, Phyllis Sober's my man, boy.
I have described.
We got a soppy of a fuck. Hey, Mr. Paul, what's going on, brother?
Greetings.
The world-renowned philosopher. He's an academic. He's a writer. He's coming out with a book hopefully soon. I'm still waiting on your book, man. And he's located out in the UK. How you doing, man?
Well, hang on. I've got way too much going on right now. Let me just check something here.
All right.
Right. Yeah. So I
And
had
Phyllis Sober, man. I like just real quick. I want to give him a shout out. I know he keeps mentioning every time I come in there and hearing you guys talk about him, and I love it. And I like how you challenge with the monistic views and stuff, man. I really like that, Phyllis Sober. That's a really strong argument you put forth, man. It's like, wow. Like I noticed when you go to the quantum fields and the monism and stuff, it's really good stuff, bro. Anyways.
Yeah. And Von Erich, the beautiful thing about all this, though, is that even though I described time, you know, like there's how physicalists can see it, how idealists can see it, how ROS can see it. Even though I described 3 different ways, that doesn't mean they're incompatible, because there are, I would say Scott, who is an idealist, also, you know, accepts the block universe. You know, even though he has.
Man, did I tell you that story?
Idealist.
Did I tell you that? I know you and Paul will get a kick out of this, but I used to argue with this. He was an academic philosopher, like he was a professional philosopher, and he hated theists. Number one, he hated anyone who believed in God. But there was only one group. When he found out I was an idealist, he goes, wait a minute. He goes, you know, there's only one group of people I hate worse than a theist is an idealist. He goes, you guys, I hate you guys, like with a visceral, real hate. I can't stand you people. And we used to go into it, and we used to have these conversations about block universe. And he's like, oh man, you idealists love that damn block universe thing, don't you? He goes, the thing is that block universe is the one thing Einstein really fouled up. He really, I wish he'd have just shut his damn mouth about that. There's nothing about that that's real. It's the most stupidest fucking model. And all it did was encourage you idealists to come along. And now we can never get you to shut up. And we used to go at, finally, he just blocked me because I didn't ever get nasty with him. I just kept pressing him, and finally said, you know what? Screw you. And he blocked me. But yeah, they hate that block universe, man. He cannot stand that block universe stuff at all.
Well, you know, I'm a bit more extreme with it. I kind of say, what universe? I don't say block universe. I say, what universe? Why are we starting from an assumption that like everything derives from a place? We're starting with an experience to try and find out what's going on. But you want to start from a place instead? It's like, well hang on a minute. Like,
he couldn't
locations
stand it
and places. But we've got the Nobel Prize saying that like non-locality is a thing. I mean,
yeah. I
like,
wish I'd have known him
with where questions and not what questions.
Yes, that's the thing. He says, you know, he goes, the problem with block universe with you idealists, he goes, the thing is that really pisses me off is Einstein, when he said the block universe, everything is just in the block. Well, what he didn't remember is that accounts for experiences too. That means experience is just as fundamental as everything else on that model. And that's where he really dropped the ball, man. They should just get away from that, because you're trying to, it's just a way to smuggle in a lot of woo-woo. And
that's your headline, man. How Einstein dropped the ball.
Yeah, how Einstein dropped the ball. Exactly.
That'll make a great Substack essay.
Yeah. So what's going on with you, Paul?
Well, I heard a little bit actually of what Nell had to say, and what I'm finding is I'd really like to take the time to read it written out, because in real time, as you're talking now, I'm finding it difficult to follow, but actually, like, it's fascinating, but it's just like it's too much too quick for me. So if I was to read it, I'd be able to take more time and be like, all right, okay, you know what I mean, and then I'd know where I agree, where I disagree, where I'm inspired, where I feel like it's saying something that I already agree with, etc., that kind of thing. But like I'm getting a little bit like eye spinning when I'm trying to follow it. I don't mean that to be a criticism at all. It's just that you know, it's probably more a me thing.
Well, let's see. What part were you wanting to like maybe try to dissect?
Probably time.
Okay. Wait, are you talking about time under like how radical ontic structural realism like sees it? Okay.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so...
I'd like to take the time to get.
What time?
Yeah, indeed. The funny, I know I keep mentioning Castro when I'm on the show, but it's another thing that he brings up when we're talking about time that's actually really fascinating. Like, you know, some folks say, like, you know, there is only now, right? And it's supposed to be like a very sacred thing. But if you look into it a little more, you look at, okay, so you can eliminate the past that doesn't exist anymore and the future that doesn't exist yet. But when you look a bit closer to try and examine whether there is actually anything that's in between them, rather than the one just rolling straight onto the other without any space, it looks like now is kind of infinitesimal, like it sort of disappears. And it's like, so there's only now, and now isn't anything. There's no space for now. Everything exists in nothing. And that's what the point where it starts to sort of break your noodle a bit. And you just think, okay, maybe just reality just doesn't actually make sense. Maybe there is a paradox at the heart of everything. And maybe people like who I call, you know, your Paradox Dundee guy with all of his interesting things. And even the idea behind the whole whole is just a case of like, maybe our classical logic isn't the thing that's gonna break it down for us ultimately. Maybe life just simply is at least a little bit absurd, and we can get down to like a theory with minimal paradoxes, but the idea that we can get to zero may not be the thing. Maybe the theory has one, and that's it. Maybe everything needs a one free miracle, as they say.
Yeah. Well, so I'm a before you go, Neil, I have the it's time for me to go and cook some food with with my physical form, with the ideal that it comes out great.
The token.
Right.
That's beautiful,
I appreciate talking to everyone. It's been a great.
Yeah, you too, Von Eric. Thanks for calling in, man. I loved it.
That was nice, almost meeting you, mate.
Nice meeting you too, my brother, man. I look forward to speaking to y'all again too. Thank you.
Wicked.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Oh, so yeah, when it comes to ROSR, I'd say, you know, you have to throw away the idea that time is like a river that flows or a clock ticking in the background. Just like, you know, the block universe doesn't work like that either. So instead, it says time is exactly like a family tree or a highway network. You know, it is a web of relationships.
Okay.
So like there is no things in time. In everyday life, we think of objects like a banana moving through time. It starts green, then turns yellow, then turns brown. But with the way ROS does it, it says the banana doesn't exist as a solid thing. What we call a banana is actually just a series of snapshots connected to each other. Think of a flipbook animation of a running stick figure. There is no actual stick figure moving across the pages. There are only static drawings. Time is the relationship between those drawings. So
it becomes kind of like an emergent property then.
Yeah, which I stated earlier. That's like it also would agree with, you know, physicists who say time is emergent. You know,
great.
So like, and I would say like another analogy or image to think of is like, imagine a massive frozen spider web. Each intersection or knot in the web represents a specific event in the universe. For example, you're drinking coffee right now. You know, time is not a mysterious force pushing you through the web. Time is simply the distance and connection between the knots. Just like left and right doesn't exist as physical objects you can scoop up in a bucket. They are just directions based on where things are. Past and future are just directions inside this giant cosmic web. So,
yeah.
And, you know, I guess, you know, I guess trying to explain like the arrow of time, like if the web is frozen and static, why do we only experience time moving forward? You know, why don't we see cracked eggs uncrack themselves?
So it's like, because the relations exist, the axes appear to, but the axes are simply, they're not really there. The relations are.
Yeah.
And as you experience it, it seems as if there's axes such as time, space, etc., and all of this other stuff going on. That's what reality is. But that's more like it's just a perception and a model and an emergence.
ROSR explains this using logical structure, not a physical flow. Think of it like a row of falling dominoes. Domino 1 knocks down domino 2, which knocks down domino 3. And if you look at a frozen picture of this, you instantly know the direction of the chain reaction because domino 3 requires domino 2 to fall first. The structural setup of the universe is asymmetrical. So state A naturally implies state B, but state B does not imply state A. This strict pointing direction in the web is what we feel as the future. That's how I would describe it.
Well, you're definitely playing with something incredibly interesting here.
Oh yeah, and to put it all together, like think of a digital movie file stored on a hard drive. On the hard drive, the whole movie exists at once. Frame 1, frame 50, and frame 1000 are all sitting there statically as data code. Frame 50 comes after frame 49 because of how the data is coded, the structure, not because the hard drive is physically moving. So our OSR says the universe is that hard drive. The time we experience is just the mathematical code that links one cosmic frame to the next.
Yeah, that reminds me of a metaphor I tried to use at some point when I was talking about the Grand Theft Auto universe and how, like, the part across town where your character isn't doesn't stop existing. It just doesn't exist in a rendered form. It's still code. You're experiencing code rendered in your location. But the other part is neither rendered nor non-existent. It's just in an unrendered form.
I can see that.
Does that make sense too?
Yeah, no. Well, what are your thoughts, Scott?
I had to go get some coffee. What was the statement?
Likely excuse, Scott. Wow.
I'm relating to this caffeine. Yeah. What was the question?
You can repeat what you just said.
Oh, right. So Nell was given an analogy, and I said that it reminded me of an analogy I tried to use myself, where I was talking about the Grand Theft Auto world, saying how the part of town that you're not in, it still kind of exists, but it's as code, and it doesn't exist in rendered form. There's like an in-between part. So where your character is, you're experiencing a type of reality, but it's rendered code. And the other part of town that you're not experiencing doesn't not exist. It just doesn't exist as you're experiencing it. It exists as something behind the thing.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. It's kind of
reminds me of
any program on a computer. Maybe you could say like a CD, like how you have the CD, you have tracks of the CD, and they're all sort of burned in through the program, and the data, the ones and the zeros represent all the songs and track listing and all the things that were recorded in a digital form. And they appear to us as track 1, track 2, track 3, and the songs within each track when we play it on, say, a interface like a CD player. So our brains are kind of like the CD player, and we're just playing nature in our brain because of the code, but it's a relational thing, because even the code itself is not the substrate of reality. So that's where the analogy fails, because the code really isn't the substrate. There is no substrate. That's the whole point. Is that there's only a structure, kind of like law-like structure, that where one thing mutually depends on another for it to be the thing it is,
Are you sure you weren't listening to our conversation? Because that sounds like the movie screen analogy I just gave.
Yeah. Okay. I think we have the same sort of version of idealism going on. That so. I was describing radical structural or radical
ontic
realism. Yeah, that's entailed in my integrated idealism. That the thing, someone say, well, what gives rise to the idealistic nature of reality? Well, it's the ontological reality of the structure itself. It's you know, if you think about consciousness, like phenomenal consciousness, it's just a unified thing. There's nothing it has to relate to. It can't be conscious of anything because it's only itself. Like a tooth can't see it. You know, like you can't take your right eye and look at itself, right? Like there's no way for your eye to see itself. The only way that the eye is really ever going to see itself is to have a mirror. And that's what we are. We're mirrors. So when consciousness diffracts and you have all these relational qualities of the world, namely the physical reality, then you've got an infinite amount of mirrors that can all reflect itself and know itself and understand itself. So it's kind of the same way. It's like it all goes together. You know what I mean? Like, and that's how I look at it. Like, I'm not separating out consciousness from reality. I'm saying consciousness is thoroughly embedded fundamentally with reality. So in that way, it's idealism because of the non-dual aspect of everything, right? Like there's no way I can take consciousness out like it's some separate special thing. It's all part of it. It's all the same thing. It's non-duality, you know?
Hey man, why is it everybody seems to have their own ontology these days? I remember when people used to pick one. People are making up their own now.
You know, I thought about that too, Paul, and I did that on self-reflection. I said, why? Because I started off with Rupert Spira, and I was cool with that. But then I wanted more. So then I discovered a lot of people. Then I came across Bernardo Kastrup. Yeah. And then I fell in love with Bernardo Kastrup and his stuff. But then eventually I wanted more. And nobody was giving me more. So where am I going to get more from? So I had to be self-sufficient and try to come up with alternatives and entertain myself. I think there's a term for that. There's a psychological term for that. That it's like a hunger of the mind. There's a hunger. We always want to learn more. We want to drill down more and more and more and more on a concept, or even challenge it because we're bored. And then also there's a little peer pressure going on because a lot of people, if you hang out online as much as I do, you're going to get a lot of people accusing you of being just a parrot. You're just parroting something you heard. You're just parroting Bernardo Kastrup at this point. Do you have any original thoughts of your own on the matter, or are you just going to read his whole book for me? Like, you know, so at some point you let all of this stuff kind of come together and you just start creating your own shit.
Yeah, for me, I'm just a nerd. I fell into a metaphysical, ontological rabbit hole, and it's just like, okay, well, I'm going to create this physicalist framework. All right, I'm going to create this idealist framework. I'm going to create this dualistic framework. I'm just like, okay,
I mean, I'm a fine one to talk with all of those writings on the fantabulon layer, fantabulon, etc. I've invented my own poetical ontology, so I can't exactly go around accusing people of of it being some kind of a sin or crime or something. But no, it just seems funny to me that Sophia has what is Sophia's thing again?
Elephant model.
Luciferian, that model. And so now we're talking about radical ontic, we're talking about integrated. It's like, wow, like if you don't have your own ontology, you're not invited to the party anymore.
Yeah, it's like, did you see that show? Robert Lawrence Kuhn.
I blame Paul for what I've become. So it's your fault.
Yeah. Paul's influenced me too. That's for sure. It's like there was this you guys familiar with Robert Lawrence Kuhn from Closer to Truth?
Closer to Truth.
Yeah, he's got a big YouTube channel called Closer to Truth. Well, he's a neuroscientist. He used to be a neurosurgeon, I guess. and then he retired and got into philosophy of mind, and he had his own TV show when TV was in vogue back in those old ancient days. Remember that? And then he started
TV.
Yeah, TV. It was something called telemusic or something. I forgot what it's called. Something.
No. Sorry, it's not ringing a bell.
Yeah, it's been so long, man. And then, so he moved it to YouTube, and so now all he does is he interviews, and he constantly talks about, I'm just so interested in consciousness, but I can never get the answer. I don't know which one to go with. Like, he talks to all these physicalists, and he interviews, people, real big names. He interviews Sean Carroll and gets his view on consciousness. He interviewed Dan Dennett and the illusionism thing, and Bernardo Kastrup, and Alex O'Connor's one of his latest interviews. And
I think I know you're talking about now. Okay.
Yeah. And so finally he did a thing. He wrote a book, and he said, it's the one book I wanted to always make. It's basically an exhaustive list of every single model of consciousness that exists in the world. like he just wanted to show how, crazy it is. Like, we've got it's like at the time he wrote the book, it's like 404 models of consciousness.
Right.
Which is just crazy. And he said, then you've got to break it all down. Like, these are physicalist models of consciousness. And this part is the theist models of consciousness. And this one, it's the idealist or panpsychist models. And he goes through all the models within idealism, within panpsychism, within physicalism. And it all comes up to like 404. And he goes, and the crazy thing was, after I did all that work and got it all together, the main criticism was, why didn't you include my model of consciousness? It's like all these hundreds and hundreds of people came, what about my model? It's like, there's 4?
You didn't include the fantabulon layer. How could you?
Yeah, like, God damn. I should have talked to Paul. I should have talked to Nelly, to Scott, to Sophia. I can't decide who's right. So finally, I saw him the other day. He was at this Buddhist retreat convention, and the Buddhists wanted to interview him about consciousness. So he got in front of them and started talking about his book and started talking about all that stuff. And the lady asked him, well, what do you think? Like, they kept saying, no, we want to know, what do you think? And he's like, what do you mean, what do I think? He goes, no, what do you believe? What is your belief? And he goes, man, if you were just a stranger on the street, I would say none of your fucking business. Like he goes, it's none of your business what I believe about consciousness. But because it's you and you nice people here, I'll go ahead and tell you what I think is the best ontology for consciousness after looking at it and spending 40 years doing consciousness in a scientific setting and a philosophical, interviewing all these different people, writing an entire book on it, all of this stuff. I've concluded that the best model of consciousness is hands down idealism. That's what he said. He goes, idealism. He goes, now I'm not telling you that's what I'm sold on is absolute capital T truth. He goes, I'm just saying, if we're consistent and we're looking at all, and we play by the rules. Now you can't get out of the rules. He goes, that's the problem. A lot of people want to say that these are the rules, and then when you bring up idealism, all of a sudden the rules somehow change. No, we have to stay within the rules we establish. If we stay within the rules and we start looking at parsimony, we start looking at internal, external consistency, epistemic starting points, and everything like that, he goes, idealism wins hands down. And he goes, and I'm not saying that's what I think is absolutely true. I'm not saying that. So I'm just saying, if I was to do a comparison, that's what it looks like.
Well, I think that's exactly the caveat we all try and put on it. We all sort of say, like, we're not saying we've got the right answer here, like, but it seems in our analysis that when we look at all the theoretical virtues and the empirical data, that we've probably got what compared to what else is available to us, the least wrong answer.
Right.
You know? And that's the caveat that Kastrup uses. That's the caveat that I think I've heard Hoffman use it as well.
Mm-hmm,
you know,
mm-hmm.
and it's never a case of like, oh yes, we've definitely got it, and everybody else should attack this. But yeah, if you go to the debate forums or anywhere like that, you're expected to say, well, come on, make me believe it, prove it to me, etc. And you're just like, no, that's not the claim. That's not the that's not the proposition. You're trying to have a debate that's about a statement I'm not making.
Mm-hmm.
And I trust a person like Robert Kuhn because he's a very sober-minded conservative, very careful about what he claims. He doesn't hardly make any claims ever. Matter of fact, he goes out of his way not to, on his show.
Yeah.
He just wants to interview people and get their thoughts and ask probing questions, but he's very reluctant to draw or imply any sort of conclusion one way or the other. Man, we got a guy, Objective Ethics, in the house. What is going on, brother? Nice to see you.
Yeah, it's so good to be here, family. It's been too long, brother. It's been too long. I just was listening to the show, enjoying it. I find this stuff fascinating. I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow, I hope, for the show I'm putting on with Mrs. Lee. That's going to be a banger, and I think you'll have a lot to bring to that conversation once we open up the panel. So I do hope you'll be able to find time in your busy schedule to make it.
Wow, someone shoot me a link.
Yes, of course, I got that scheduled, man, because she's a relational non-dualist type, from what it looks like. And so yeah, I'll be very happy to drill and ask some questions and stuff. And she's a scientist too, right? Objective Ethics.
Her background is in philosophy, but she's spoken to a lot of scientists regarding like quantum physics and how that all ties into her philosophical position. But she's actually studied abroad all over Europe, China. And so she's studied at many temples with many gurus and stuff like that. So she's got a lot of real world experience. And I'm really looking forward to having her explain a lot of the differences, because the differences between something like monism and oneness, for example, there is so subtle, top down versus bottom up, panpsychism, for example. And there's so many of these things that there are actually clear differences, but you have to kind of be able to flesh it out. Because I'm cutting out.
Yeah, you cut out for a second.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, just that these differences are subtle, but their differences are there, and they actually are really important distinctions once you kind of flesh them all out.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, you sort of relate to Buddhism, like secular Buddhism. Is that correct, OE?
Yeah, I apply secular Buddhism to my life as just a working practice because I find it's very much in line with something I already had bought into, which is Socratic golden mean. And so finding this, Buddhism, the Buddha, I think when I look at Buddhism, and there's obviously different models of Buddhism like anything else, but I think the core structure of what the Buddha was trying to teach is about the middle way, however you want to get there. The other stuff is kind of just added on for flavor, whether you believe in the bodhisattvas or devas or any of that other stuff is just personal taste, in my opinion. And as a secular person, I don't believe in that stuff anyway necessarily. But when you just look at the core of it all, the middle way, I think that's the most beneficial thing that everybody could apply to their life for good mental health and emotional well-being.
Yeah, I quite like the middle way. I'm not mad on it, but I quite like it. Sorry,
the middle way is Madhyamaka, which is a strain of a school of Buddhism that really is really in line with with relational non-dualism, because basically Madhyamaka says that nothing exists completely independently of conditions, causes, and designations that observers would give it, right? And it actually means the middle way. That's exactly what Madhyamaka is translated in English as. So I don't know if you've ever heard of this, but I think it was Heraclitus who said this: you can't step in the same river twice.
It's not the same river, it's not the same man.
Yeah, it's the same idea there, that there's nothing but change. It's constant change, and nothing's ever the same thing that it was. So you can never say a thing is the standalone existence of anything. It's always reducible, and changes form, changes appearance, changes everything. And what middle way Buddhism would like to say is that all there is change and relations among change all the way down. But panpsychism, on the other hand, would be like a monism or a oneness that's top down, or I'm sorry, bottom up. So it would say that everything is made from the bottom up, whereas idealism is one of those things that is top down. And I think middle way Madhyamaka wants to say that it's inside out, that everything is just related in one not even a substance, but a structure, as Nelly would say it.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there. I actually agree with in a lot of ways, even though I'm fairly agnostic when it comes to the dualism, non-dualism concept. It just depends on, there's so many different ideas about what kind of non-dualism or dualism you're even talking about, because as an agnostic atheist, I don't believe in souls, for example. I don't believe in a mind. It's things of that nature. So again, there's just a lot of nuance there. But yeah, Heraclitus, I actually lean heavily on Heraclitus because I have a formal argument against the God of classical theism, and it's based on what I call an argument from first principles. And I run consecutive principles. Each principle is justified by the previous principle, and the previous principle justifies a subsequent principle. And the first principle starts with nothing cannot exist, which of course is Parmenides, right? And Parmenides, he also believed that there's no change, that there's only being, right? But I actually think that's false. And so I don't take all of Parmenides' philosophy, because I believe the only constant state is change, which seems paradoxical if you think about it, right? Because it's like everything that actually exists is in a state of change. But I take the phenomenological realist position that I believe that there is an actual objective world, even though we only have a subjective access to it, right? Because I'm a moral realist, so I believe there's true objective moral facts. I believe there's an objective world that exists out there outside of myself. But I actually lean on, you mentioned Heraclitus, and I think that's my sixth principle, because the argument against the God of classical theism posits two affirmative claims. One is that this God is a necessary being, and two, that this God is unchanging. So I address both those in the argument. And because I believe that change is such a fundamental part of existence, I refute necessity and unchangingness in the same structured argument. And I do lean on Heraclitus for that. And I actually quote that: you can never step in the same river twice. It really helps us to conceptualize that.
Yes. I like that a lot. Go ahead, Neil.
Oh, I was just going to let objective ethics know that I might be becoming a believer in objective ethics, but we'll see.
Yeah, me too. I've always said that it is like, as a non-dualist, I don't see like a duality between night and day, evil and darkness. Like they're all sort of dependent on one another. They're mutually, dependent in order to define them as concepts. So I kind of believe in objective morality in that way, because really it's how we relate to, each other, the universe, nature. Basically, even the concept of the self can be rooted ontologically in just nature itself. So I'm a big time naturalist. So I see where all sort of things like morality and stuff like that can be grounded in nature, evolution, and the way that we relate to all of those changes in the natural world. It just stands to reason that, I spoke to a presuppositionalist Christian not long ago, and he was saying how, you have to get your morals from, some external mind that makes it objective. But actually, if morality came from a mind, it would be subjective, right? Is that how you define objectivity? Like it's outside of opinion or mind's objective ethics?
Yeah, and that's where the conversation gets so complex. And as you know, brother, because you've kind of been with me on that journey from the very beginning to where I'm at now, I've had to go back to the drawing board so many times to really shore up my own understanding of this. And it's been a great journey, actually. And at this point, I feel like I have a really strong argument for objective morality, because I have an understanding of where ontology, epistemology, and teleology, how that all fits into the conversation. And then also how metaethics and metanormativity fit into the conversation, first order versus second order normativity and first order versus second order logic. Once you kind of really unpack all that, because that's where a lot of these arguments, they get conflated, because somebody will take a metaethical position to argue against a normative position, for example, and that just doesn't work. You got to deal with each thing where it's at. And so understanding, my general position would be something very simple, that there are true moral facts that exist. Any true fact is going to be objective by definition. So objectivity, we define that two ways: stance independence, and also by objective or by true facts, right? All true facts are indeed objective because they're not dependent on a subjective perspective, right? So to get to the normativity, I would argue for the true facts. To get to the ontological, the ontology of the objective grounding, I would ground it in nature.
There you go. There you go. Now, Examusic made a comment. Ethics and morals are agreed upon standards in societies. No need for them if you're alone on a desert island. So I guess his point here is to say that morality is something societies invented in order to get along. They're not necessarily objective facts.
And I would disagree with that fundamentally, because I actually addressed this. I had a formal debate on a big channel, on the Raging Tomato channel, against two other people who were Christians, and I argued objective morality without God based on nature, reason, or empathy. Natural law, reason, or empathy. And one of the Christians tried to hide behind hard solipsism. And I actually argued for objective morality even from a solipsistic position, because even as a solipsist, you would still be able to defend these true moral facts based on self-respect, right? How do I view myself interacting in the world? Even so, you could take this island example that Examusic's talking about, and you can go even more extreme to solipsism and say, forget the island. Let's imagine I'm the only energy state, mental state in existence. I could still argue for these true moral facts because of how I want to feel about myself and how I want to treat myself, right? So there's a metanormativity that you can actually apply or obtain. And because of that, we could get, again, back to this, what justifies the normative? Why ought I do this or ought not do that? Like I shouldn't slap myself in the face, right? Because it doesn't make any sense, right? So there's an objective ought there, because it's self-refuting to my ultimate goal, which is to not feel pain. I want to avoid pain. So slapping myself in the face and banging my head into a wall doesn't make any sense. It would be counterintuitive to say I ought to do those things at a fundamental level.
Right. So I think you had mentioned this in one of your debates. I forget exactly who it was with. I would like to say it was I forget his name all of a sudden. But anyways, you said something like, you had, like, someone could say, well, slavery is not objectively wrong. But you are saying, well, what's implicit to the slaver is the fact that he doesn't want to be a slave. And that right there demonstrates that it's implicitly understood that being a slave is wrong to do to someone. Otherwise, why wouldn't you voluntarily be a slave? Right?
Yeah, exactly right. And even if you volunteered to be a slave, you'd no longer be working within the concept of slavery itself, because the voluntary status infers that you have your own sense of agency. Right. So it's kind of almost straw man, because people have said that before. Well, what if I volunteer to be somebody's slave? It's like, well, then you're not actually a slave at that point. You're entering into a social contract with somebody. So it's a straw man of the position altogether.
Yeah.
Joel says asserting a normative statement doesn't make it objective. I don't know if that's the end of your argument.
May I interject?
Yes, please do. Cafe, how you doing, man?
Hey, my brother, man.
I love seeing you, man. Thank you so much for joining.
My brother from another mother. I got to tell you about this guy right here, the host. Scott, one of the downest, realest, 100% mofos you will ever meet right here. Not only, he's not your regular atheist. He has done the cafe challenge. That's nothing for him.
I sure have.
Yeah. Yeah. So if you want to bring up some nonsense to him, get the hell out of here. Don't bring that nonsense over here. Get out of here. Unless you're gonna go do that yourself, then you're not. You're just internet trolling. You're nothing. Yeah. So my boy over here has done it, and
numerous of times. You know, that I tell you, what was it? 2 years ago, I went to see Sophia in person for the first time, and I went to Texas. And not that I'm trying to promote anything, but the first letter in it is D and the last is T, and it was all week long.
There you go.
And man, Cafe Challenge was met, brother.
Yeah. Man, man, you would have heard. I got a little tipsy last night, and I joined this stream with I don't know if you heard Gretchen's stream. Is that Async Network, Atheist Network? I don't know if you've been there. It's kind of late for you. I know you're like asleep at that time, but anyway, I like the dude. I told him like, dude, I'm a big fan. That I love you, brother, but Skeptics and Scoundrels, Eric, right? He's over here talking about like he's taking a road trip. He's trying to get all the prominent names in the atheist community. Like, hey, I'm gonna go visit Aaron Ra. I'm gonna go visit this and that. And I told him like, whoa, hey man, if you're gonna come to Texas on your next stop, hey, make a way. Can you make it down to my pad right here so I can maybe perhaps bless you with the heroic dose? And man, he got really offended by that, and like he's like, I built up myself. I'm I don't want to overset it, he's cool with me. I think he's cool. I think he was chill, but he was trying to say that like he built up this name. He doesn't want to like risk it with drugs or whatever, what have you, whatever. And like I was trying to tell him like, it's kind of risky with psychedelics. I'm like, why do you think I tell people to go to Peru? That it's legal there. There's no risk there. Like, so you can't tarnish your reputation if you're doing everything by the the legal routes and stuff. Like, so that's not really an excuse.
No.
Yeah, no. But a lot of people have the misconception, when people talk about that, and I know you don't. I know you're familiar. Like when I first talked to Josh, man, I always point this out to Josh. No harm on Josh. I love the guy, but he mentioned something that a lot of people have, and that's like a lot. When you say heroic dose, like people think you're talking about like an OD heroic dose.
Yeah.
Yeah, like fatally toxic.
No, you want to break through. That's all.
Well, yeah. You want to break through, but the thing is, like, people think, like, I don't want to risk my life in doing so, and I have to remind them. I'm like, well, you're not. You're far away from fatally toxic. It's almost impossible to OD on like classical psychedelics, like whether you're doing mushrooms or whether you're doing even DMT or like LSD. I don't know if you know this, but there's like no known OD level on LSD. Like the lethal dose for LSD is not known.
Dark light. What's going on? All right, Objective Ethics. I know you had to bounce. Great to see you too, man. We'll be joining you tomorrow. 100% sure of that. And also,
send me a link for that, would you, Scott? Scott,
I sure will, man.
Shoot me a link so I can tune in as well.
All you guys are going to get that, and then also next week we're going to have an OE back on the panel with other atheists. It's going to be called "Is Atheism a Philosophical Monolith?" And so we're going to have a whole bunch of atheists who disagree on every fucking thing. So we've got one that's in the objective ethics. I'm into non-dualism. You've got a real big idealist from the channel Reality Gone Mental, Alex K. And he's, interviewed people like Donald Hoffman team and all kinds of people. He was on the panel with Bernardo Kastrup, and he knows a whole lot about idealism. And so we're going to be talking, and we're going to have a great show next week. So y'all tune in for that, please, and like and subscribe so you get notified. Hit that bell. And anyways, go ahead and pick it up from. I think Nell was trying to say something.
Oh yeah, no, I was just going to address what Joel was saying earlier. It's like, when trying to derive objective morality, one of the routes would be to say that moral truths are fundamental normative truths. And, it looks like Joel's objection is to that, asserting a normative statement doesn't make it objective. And, perhaps he has a point there. But I would say the route that I'm more attracted to, which, I guess me and Daniel, objective ethics, could talk about at some point, is that you can go the route of moral truths reduced to or grounded in natural facts, which I think you and him brought up. You can imagine someone is suffering terribly, and there are objective facts about this situation. The person is conscious, they're experiencing pain, they don't want the pain, the suffering harms them, they have interests, they have goals, other actions are available, the suffering could be avoided. So perhaps moral truths arise from facts of this kind. So very roughly, consciousness plus suffering plus interests plus agency plus relations between persons might ground moral reasons, and you can then ground that in moral or in natural facts about the world.
But Nelly, there is no qualia. You aren't conscious. That's just an illusion. There is no pain.
It's just a brain glitch, man. It's all hallucination.
Yeah, didn't you know that? You don't think. You just think you do. I had that argument for an hour with somebody on his channel, and he was saying, well, number one, consciousness doesn't even exist. I'm like, yeah, what is that like?
I was thinking during that heroic dose talk that it's actually funny that everybody who hears what I think just tends to assume and maybe even declare that I'm some kind of psychonaut type guy, but I've never done stuff like that. I've smoked weed and stuff, but like nothing psychedelic really. It's on my list, absolutely. There's a whole bunch of things I do intend on trying, but I've never even done it. And people hear me talking about non-duality, idealism, and this kind of thing, and they're like, "Oh, so you tripped then?" Like,
hey, let me say this.
Actually,
man, Paul, let me ask you this. It's a burning question. If you haven't went through that route, I've always imagined that someone who could achieve it on the natch that you seem to have. Like maybe their route was, complete sobriety, like sober-minded meditation. Like, man, you avoided like the detrimental drugs. You're not doing alcohol. You're not doing methamphetamine, opiates, heroin, so on and so forth. Let me ask you that: Are you a pretty sober, healthy person? I would wager yes. Why? You have a full head of hair. You're good you got a good looking dude, man. Like what's this guy doing over here?
That's beautiful. Thank you. I have type 2 diabetes. I've also been diagnosed with generalized anxiety disorder with possible bipolar disorder, and they're investigating whether or not I have ADHD. So I'm not a picture of health, but I'm not an absolute wreck either.
Yeah, I see. So, those other factors, manage to allow you to kind of avoid that scene, you can kind of see it that way, and whereas it was kind of the complete opposite for me. I've talked to I've talked to Scott on multiple occasions. He's heard how, I've told him about these bouts when I was really younger, like in my 20s, huge depression, man. I was a major alcoholic, and I experienced DT's delirium tremens like when I was 24. That's a severe, it's a withdrawal symptoms of severe alcoholism, and people usually don't report that until like they're in their late 30s or 40s, whatever. I was in my mid 20s, man, when I had that, and so I not just that, but going on to. I think it was the depression that led me, when I heard about the heroic dose, you know, like that gave me the courage to actually shoot for it, because, you know, I'm like, oh, I don't really, you know, value my own life. Like, let me see what this is. And I think, you know, a lot of people are afraid of it because it's called the heroic dose for a reason. You know, like, you got to have courage to do it. You know, like,
it sounds a lot like it changed your life as well.
No, it did.
Oh,
definitely.
man.
Yeah.
The first time I did it, let me tell you, the first time I did it, I was in California, in Orange County, California, in Laguna Hills. So I was around a bunch of hippies. And one of the guys that knew my brother, he was a designer dealer from LA. And he came down to Laguna Hills to meet with us. And man, he said, you got to try this, man, the DMT stuff. And I was scared because I heard so much about it. I watched all the videos and all the things about DMT, and he kept saying, man, don't be a pussy, man.
Yeah, that's basically it, dude. Hell yeah, man.
Like, dude, you can't. He goes, think about it. You can't be a pussy the rest of your life, man. You'll never get this. You may never get this chance again. And so I was like, I'm not going to. And, you know, I'm from the South. And I'm like, I'm not going to sit here and let some little California, you know, hippy dippy guy call me a pussy. That's the one thing I'm not going to do. So I would like to say, go ahead, Paul.
I would like to say my actual gateway wasn't a drug so much as a person. It was watching YouTube videos of this dude who some of you probably seen as well, called Muji.
Yeah.
Where he's got all of his followers, where he does these satsangs and retreats and things, and he just speaks very charismatically on the subject of self-inquiry and just finding the route to transcendence through like becoming the transparent.
Okay, well, let me throw this at you, man, because like I got obsessed with that too, like, you know, the satsangs and the, you know, the yogis and so forth. You know, I started looking up like, well, who amongst these are saying like emeralds, gems spewing out of their mouths? You know what I mean? Like, you know, who's really putting it into perspective? And, you know, I landed on, I don't know if you ever heard of I think maybe I sent you some links, like, because you know, you and I have been like, you know, acquainted for a while. And you know, Ramesh Balsekar. I don't know if you came across that name, but
no.
Yoga Shunyam Murthy is another one. You know, like in other words, why stop at Muji? You know, like Shanti, and like, man, there's so many, like, you know, really articulate yogis out there, man, that have had this. And what's the one that everyone talks shit about? The real commercial one, the one that interviewed Mike Tyson. You know what I'm talking?
Joe Rogan.
No, the yogi that with Mike Tyson.
Sadhguru.
Yeah, Sadhguru. Yeah, that's someone like everyone knows offhand because he's become kind of like, you know,
a pop guy, pop culture. Yeah,
pop culture. Yeah, like he's commercialized, like he's, you know, put in a Hollywood box and so forth. Yeah, but no, hell yeah, thank you for cutting me off there, Scott. I don't know, no problem, but I guess.
Yeah, he's like the world's only yogi rock star.
Basically, he's like a yogi rock star.
But he's a goat, though, man.
Oh yeah, I love him, dude. He's the best. One of my favorite little shorts of him, I think, is like he has a video called "What Is God." You know, like, oh
yeah, man, I like that one.
You heard that one? Yeah, that one's badass, dude.
Man, that's a banger right there.
Yeah, and
I like when he puts his shades on and rides off on his motorbike.
Yeah, I love that too. Yeah. I like what he does there, because, you know, he's the one. He talks a lot about ego dissolution, but he also talks about how unrealistic it is to think you can separate yourself from your ego, and I'm gonna have a big ego, so I know I'm better than everybody else. And you know, he's like,
a real important point that I think that I really like from him is, you know, because like people, you know, like I don't mean to bring up the horror. I was just like, it's shits and giggles, right? Like the heroic dose, I was bringing it up, you know what I mean? And I think it's interesting, but it's not what it's about. The whole point is that shift in consciousness, that fundamental alteration, transformation, transcendence of your perception. You know what I mean? Like that. Yeah, that's the whole point. You know what I mean? However you get there, it doesn't matter if it was mushrooms or it has, like Paul talks about, hey, I've never even tried psychedelics and I already see this. You know what I mean? And so like one thing that Sadhguru said was like, everyone in various ways is trying to dissolve the ego. And it doesn't matter, like what road they got to get there. But I mean, that's a very valid point. That's the whole thing. He's right. It's like, man, mushrooms, LSD, DMT, doesn't matter. Like the whole thing is to let go. That's the ultimate humility, to let go of completely surrender, let go of the ego to the point where it's not even there anymore. Hence ego death, and a lot of people have confusion over what that is. Like, what is that? I've never lost my ego before. Well, what is that?
What does that even mean?
Yeah, what does that even mean? And people have all these assumptions around it, the baggage, the connotations. All that confusion ties up into like it makes it almost nearly impossible to explain these topics, man. That's why I say the whole point is the experience. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like if you don't have the patience for meditation, asceticism, fasting, whatever it is, then why not try psychedelics? You know what I mean? If you have a sound mind, the cafe challenge. Like I'm not telling people like, oh, go out willy nilly and do this. You know what I mean? Like there are some people that probably shouldn't do it, on the brink of schizophrenia and all that. But if you're a sound mind and you're making the excuse of like, I don't know, I'm already crazy to begin with. I don't want, if I take psychedelics, I'm gonna get even crazier. That's an excuse of the ego. Shut the hell up, get the hell out of here. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, man. I look at it like, life is short and life is busy and it's easy to lose track of the important things. We're so busy just trying to survive and get along with our significant others and work on that and work on, just the daily routines. And we don't ever make time to dig down deep into the metaphysical things of life that we may never get a chance to do while we're alive, man. And one of the things I can say, one of the really biggest things that I'm proud of in my life is that I took time out to try it and do it and have that experience, because it's one thing to read about it. It's one thing to debate about it, to wonder about it. It's another thing to actually do it and have the experience firsthand. And words will never give it credit. That's why when somebody comes out of an experience and you talk about it, it's easily to dismiss because it's just, you're just telling me words that I don't give a shit. Like, who cares? But when you do it, that's when it really means something. That's when you really see it. Yeah. And I understand that from I think it was Alex O'Connor interviewing with Robert Lawrence Kuhn. And he was asking Robert Lawrence Kuhn, well, have you ever tried psychedelics to know these things? And he's like, no, I've never tried it. And he goes, and I don't see why, because if I try it and I trip, that's just my brain tripping on drugs. Like, yeah, it probably would be a weird experience, but that's what we expect. And when I come out of it, that's all I'm going to say happened, is that my brain did some weird things when it was on drugs. And Alex O'Connor said, yeah, but that's easy to say, after. But when you really do it, you might learn something that is deeper than that. And he goes, well, that's why I don't want to do it, because I don't want to brainwash myself.
And that's, I think, what the main point I was trying to bring up of stuff like that. It's like I hear it anytime I hear like avoidance, and you have your sound of mind, and you can make the excuse like, oh, I think I'll go crazy. I suspect I'm already schizophrenic in the first place. If you haven't been diagnosed as schizophrenic, anyone could say they're like, oh, I'm crazy. You know what I mean? Like, it's a nonsense, nothing burger phrase to be tossed about like a frisbee. You know what I mean? Like, you have no idea what you're talking about.
Here's one I came up with. This is what I came up with to respond to that one. It's like, I always tell people now, well, your brain is already on drugs. That's the problem. Because your brain is on cortisol, it's on dopamine, it's on serotonin, it's on all kinds of chemicals. So it's just that's the one you experience more regularly in that amount of dosage that your brain produces for all the reasons it does. That doesn't mean that you're not on drugs now. So you're already having a kind of, delusion in a way. as we go through life. That's why, like scientists always say, we get out of our experience to understand reality. We're not stuck in we get out of it. That's why we have microscopes and telescopes and stuff. You're not getting out of experience. You're just expanding your experience through the microscope, and you're still in your experience. You know,
I wonder also if we did a full forensic analysis of everything we ate and drank, how many drugs we'd find there.
Yeah. Right.
No, I absolutely agreed, and you know that's why I think I was making that point that you said serotonin, dopamine, norepinephrine. You know what's the other one? I think there's another one that's commonly issued that you know I don't want to go too deeply into it, but oxytocin. You know that all the chemicals. With the the feel good aesthetic or whatever. And you know, like I mentioned it, Matt Dillahunty was live the other day, and I said, "Hey, Matt,
don't do that. Don't mention that stuff to him."
All right. Well, you know, I told him like, when are you gonna, put it on your bucket list to go to Peru and try ayahuasca with Jordan Peterson? You know, I was just joking with the Jordan Peterson comment, but he said, his response was to say that he just recently went through triple bypass on his heart. So that, that's understandable, man. You can fear for your condition, your health and stuff like that. And like, I'm like, okay, all right, that's cool. But he said because of that, he would never try something like that. And, while that's, I can respect that. If I was in that situation, I had a triple bypass surgery and I've never had it, I think I would still shoot for it. Why? Because I follow the research very closely, and they recently picked up the age range on these studies from 75 to 85. Obviously, they know something we don't, man. You know what I mean? And in other words, it's not as risky as I think Matt is, thinks it is. He's like, this is potentially something that could take my life. I don't think so.
It might be risky to his philosophy.
Definitely for that. Hell yeah.
That's probably more like it. He's, I called one time to the damn atheist experience years ago and talked to Matt, and me and him were on about qualia and arguing about whether qualia, because I was trying to make a case for, God actually, because I wanted to just steal man, and then they didn't let me. So they were like, no, we want actual Christians. Don't waste our time. So later on, a few days later, I acted like a guy named John from Florida. And I called in and I was like, yeah, well, I argue for God from the argument from conscience, because that's really what I wanted to talk about. So I wanted to talk about qualia and all that. And he goes, well, I reject qualia. I said, what do you mean? He goes, I don't think it exists. I don't think there's such a thing as a quality of experience. That's just words you say out of your face. That doesn't mean anything. And so I said, oh, okay. I said, well, why do you reject qualia? And he says, because the thing about qualia is it relies on internal, subjective accounting, which is unreliable. That's what quality is. It relies on internal experiences or interpretations. And I'm like,
Scott, would you be up for calling him again?
Right. And I'm like, well, how do you know that qualia doesn't exist without appealing to internal?
Not only that, how did he tell you that except through his qualia? You know what I mean? Like,
right, that's what I was saying is like, how do you, without appealing to your own internal barometer, how do you know that?
Scott, I've got a dare for you. I want you to call Matt Dillahunty again. All right. And I want you to say to him, look, Matt, you must know what it's like to reject qualia because you reject qualia. I don't know what it's like to reject qualia. Can you tell me what that's like? and just see if he gives any kind of answer. Because if
he
it's
hangs
like
up on you
something,
after that. That's
if
the
it's
whole
like
point.
something to reject qualia, then he's not actually rejecting qualia. He's accepting that something is like something.
He hangs up on you right after that. It's why the show is called The Hang Up. Like once you,
that's his forte.
Yeah, he has to give the illusion of winning the argument, and by hanging up on you, even though it would have threw him in a tizzy, and Scott would have bended his arm right there. He has nothing. He has nowhere to go.
Yeah, it's just he self refutes, but he doesn't really realize it. He's mistaken the map for the territory, so he puts a lot. He lets description do a whole lot of heavy lifting for him, like a whole lot of third person descriptions.
I know you have, I guess, a lot of leeway for theists and stuff, given, your perspective, Scott, but someone with like Matt Dillahunty, I've become convinced that an atheist like that, he borders on anti-theism, even though maybe he's never admitted to that, but that type of atheist puts up, like, they think they have like the scenario of the modern Bailey, where you have all the defenses and the walls around the castle. Like, if someone mentions this, this is what I'm going to say. If someone mentions
by numbers,
they have a defense for everything. And when you bring up spirituality, this is how I defend against it. The problem is that it's completely divorced with what the science says. The neuroscience of religion that's all coming out. Like when he debated Britt Hartley, remember that recent fiasco that they had? He had with Britt Hartley, and she was trying to bring up shit from the shit I've been talking about atheists for years, that Johns Hopkins studies and stuff like that. He had to necessarily say that, oh no, this is nonsense. It's pseudoscience at best. Even though it's very legitimate research. I mean, we're talking about like studies of brain states inside fMRI, EEG, so on and so forth. Like, how the hell is that nonsense? You know what I mean?
Cafe, I've got a word you could try for the Matt Dillahunty position, which isn't either atheist or anti-theist. I think actually maybe he's a maltheist. Basically,
I like that.
Maltheist, which basically means you haven't got no God, you've got a bad God. There's a God that you can't let go of. That's like, because you've come from an oppressive religion or something and you've escaped it, and you're like, no, when people talk about God, they are talking about this, and I reject this. So it's not that he's got no God, it's just that he's got this conception, there is a God and it is bad, and followers of it do bad things, and I need to be in a campaign against that, and anything else is a distraction, because I don't think he's really an atheist. He's a maltheist. He's got this bad God in the back pocket and he doesn't like it, and that's his mission. He's like, we need to sort this out, and everything else. That's why he wants to shut down conversations about metaphysics and stuff, because he's like, that's not the real issue. The real issue is the societal harm that's caused by these institutions and this kind of God. And in a way, he's kind of got a point, because that is his crusade, that is his activism. And it's not like he's challenging nothing. He's challenging genuinely harmful institutions and individuals who have got these warped ideas about what spirituality is and how they ought to act because of it, and all of this stuff. And it's like doublethink religions that have nothing to do with unity and harmony and love, but they use those words, and then in real life what they're doing is dividing people and causing hate and division. It's like, what the hell? So he's fighting something that needs fighting. And maybe he just sees all of this philosophical stuff. It's just like, no, that's too much of a distraction from what I'm trying to do here. And so for him to put the label up atheism, that's why theists like me will come and want to challenge it. But then he's just like, I'm not even interested in your conversation. I'm not interested in discussing your type of theism. I only want to talk about the really bad, really harmful type and oppose it with everything I can. And it's like, I can't. See, I want to argue against it because I think it should be about true inquiry and analysis and getting to the meat of everything. But that's not his jam. That's not where he's going with it. He's more of a political activist than he is a sort of intellectual inquirer, I think.
If I may, Scott, real quick, man, because I want to piggyback on that. Hell yeah, Paul, man, I've seen your post, man, always. Before you even became articulate and before you wrote your book, on this, because that makes you more articulate on these topics, is writing about it. You know what I mean? And before you were even there, I can already sense that you had this vision. I could see it. I can relate to it. You know what I mean? And I agree with everything you said, with Matt and stuff like that. But what makes me frustrated is that I've been emailing this dude since 2013 about this research, and he's still like fucking clueless, hasn't a fucking iota of understanding of it. You know what I mean? I'm like, man, what the hell is? Okay, yeah, that's one thing. I just wanted to get that off my chest real quick because you know you invoked that thought, and another reason I think why that is. Because it ties into his fundamental perspective. Like you said, I think, he conflates the supernatural in the sense of like defying the laws of physics with God. And if you conflate those two ideas, if you can't see an idea where God makes sense and God is logical in the way that you see it, Paul, you know what I mean? Then necessarily you're going to define it as something that is completely illogical. You know what I mean? And if you have that perspective, what are you doing hosting a show? You're putting up front. You don't think Theist has some say in the whole thing. You know what I mean? Like you're feigning your position as an agnostic. So to get Theists to call in, but you're just gonna berate them at the end of it and hang up. You know what I mean? It makes no damn fucking sense, dude. So that he conflates supernatural in the sense of defying the laws of physics with natural science. That's why he can't be spoken about. That's why when I bring up a topic like the neuroscience of religion, that's pseudoscience. That clearly can't be legitimate because my idea of God is supernatural, and that defies the law of physics. You know what I mean?
He has to strawman you.
Yeah, that's a strawman. Yeah, like it's
here's the problem. This is how he talks to people, and this is the reason why I can never call him again, because he just talks like this.
No. There is no common ground with you, Delulu. The purpose of this show is for people to call in and defend their. I'm going to end up donating. I haven't finished the donation to Dolly. I'm going to be donating $100 to Dolly. Thanks for this. The purpose of this show, John, is for people to call in, state what they believe, and defend it in a way that would be convincing to others. The entire purpose is not for you to call in and make yourself feel better by giving a fucking personal book report. This isn't fucking show and tell for you to call in and say, I saw images in the clouds and I'm the only one that has the evidence to make it justified. You're a lunatic if you do that. And it's not the purpose of this show. John, do you have any way to demonstrate via evidence any of your beliefs about the supernatural to Paul and myself? Yes or no?
I can make one last attempt.
That's a yes or fucking no question.
Yes.
Cool. What evidence can you present for the supernatural that Paul and I should accept your supernatural claim? And the Dolly Parton Foundation thanks you for your $100 donation.
Can I make a? I mean, the premise would be that
$150 to the Dolly Parton Foundation just because you're a fucking liar. I asked you if you had evidence you could present. You said yes, and then you said humans can't present that evidence. And then I asked you if you were a human, and you said yes. Is a logical contradiction something that can be true, John? Yes or no?
Look how mad he gets.
Mm-hmm.
Like, can you imagine talking? That's why you can never talk to that motherfucker, man.
Yeah.
He screams at you and calls you names. It's like, nobody got time for that.
That was a perfect video, man. Because like Paul's question was like, well, when he was asking you, Scott, he's like, when you call to Matt again, no, we're not calling this idiot again. Like I stopped. The last time I called him was in I think 2023, and I have that video on my channel. You can check it out if you want. But he was just as ignorant in 2023 as when I emailed him in 2013. So no, if you're not going to pay attention, that's your thing. The whole thing, man, I could go off on it. He talked. A lot of people give him shit for his relationship, whatever. I'm totally for trans. I'm not. I would never do that, especially on Scott's channel. I have a huge respect for him. If I'm gonna blow up, transgender people, I'm gonna say, yeah, they're legitimate. Their views matter. You know what I mean? But the thing with Matt is like, man, when he gets, you know, frustrated over this, like he really regards it as like, you know, this is a female that I'm dealing with. Like it's almost like delusion, like, you know what I mean? And I think that ties into his whole, you know, his whole position as an atheist. Anyway, I'll leave it.
He's very emotional, and you know, and I hate to say this, you know, he's had heart problems, and he had heart surgery, and it doesn't help for him to be blowing up all the time, like he's gonna blow a fucking gasket and shit, and his blood pressure runs up. It's like, dude, it's not that important. It's not that damn serious, man.
Yeah, you may actually be describing a symptom as it happens, like blood pressure. Blood pressure creates that kind of aggression in people. Let
me ask you guys this. I would love to hear your guys' answer, both y'all. I don't know if you remember the fashion that Aldous Huxley, you know, went out in. He asked his wife to, on his deathbed, to dose him like a ridiculous amount of LSD. Like I think it was like 2,000 micrograms, like crazy amount. You know what I mean? Like, you know, maybe you're gonna be cremated. Maybe you're gonna, you know, bury your body. How? I mean, is that a feasible? Like, okay. The reason I say that is because, like, if Matt's gonna deny it because he's scared of like his heart condition or whatever, then why not at your deathbed? You know, put the. I told him, like, if it's a bucket list, then put it on the last item list on your bucket. You know what I mean? What's wrong with that? If you're so scared of it, you know, taking your life in the meantime, what do you think?
Man, I got distracted. I had to respond to somebody. Can you ask one more time? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem, man. You know, I was mentioning how Matt kind of, you know, gave this. He's like, I'm not going to try ayahuasca because I had this bypass surgery. I'm afraid of my heart condition. I don't want to exacerbate it, possibly die, you know, trying to do this thing. And I said, okay, well, if that's the case, then why not go the route that Aldous Huxley did with his wife? He did it at his deathbed. He had 2,000 micrograms, you know, injected in the bloodstream. And like, I mean, if you're going to put it on your bucket list at all, put it on the last item list of your bucket list, you know? And like, you can't make the excuse of like, oh, I'm going to die now. You know?
Right. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. In fact, see, maybe it's just the way some people are wired up. Some people are just scared of experiencing things they've never experienced before. Some people carry a lot of assumptions and baggage of things they've heard from others. And, you know, and some people don't want to be enlightened. Maybe they're scared that they might just learn something and they don't want that. They're comfortable where they are. And this is the whole thing about, you know, my practice of non-duality. One of the practices is to try to let go of as many beliefs as possible, because, you know, on a non-dualistic, you know, paradigm, there's nothing but change. So by being attached to something permanent, this idea of something permanent can lead to a lot of suffering, a lot of anxiety. And I already suffer with enough anxiety as it is. And so I remember back when I was a religious person, my biggest thing was to argue with people, to convince them that God was true. Not only just that God was true, but that my God was true. And it used to just cause me a lot more anxiety hearing all the counterfactuals and counter arguments to my claims. And I didn't understand, why are these people arguing against me? I'm trying to help them find God so that these people don't get punished, man. I'm trying to help you out. And all you're doing is gaslighting me, making me feel like I can't trust myself. I can't trust what I've learned in God's word, the Bible. I can't listen to the experiences I've had in creating a better life for myself through accepting the Lord Jesus Christ in my life. And so when I came to people with those sort of messages, I couldn't understand. And then I realized, oh, it's just the devil. The devil is trying to undo my work. And so you just have to put more work into it, which drove my anxiety up even worse. So now I've not only am I failing to convince people, I've got the fucking devil on my back stopping me at every turn. And I just realized, you know, after practicing non-duality, that when you attach yourself to all these beliefs that you can't control, you know, you have this belief that you can control the world, that you can control so many things. And you have all these beliefs that the reason you can't control the world is you have these invisible monsters out to stop you. And that drives you.
That's a lot of pressure. That's a lot of pressure, huh?
It's a lot of pressure. And, you know, I just had to realize you don't need beliefs. Beliefs are fleeting, just like my thoughts are. I could be retarded tomorrow. I could probably get in a car accident, bust my brain up, and then none of these beliefs would make any sense anymore. And I would just probably know just enough to eat through a feeding tube or something. And I'd probably be more peaceful in that state than I am now, because at least then I would have no pressure to try to convince anybody of anything and control anything. I would have to relinquish all my control to the machine that's keeping me alive. And, you know, so in that sense, I realized, well, I don't need to wait till I'm in a bad car accident or where I get old and don't have any control to experience that kind of peace. I can do it now. You know, I can disassociate myself from a lot of beliefs that serve me, a lot of beliefs that I can't really, and just arguing with people, like just that belief alone that you can help change people by arguing them into it. You know,
please, I feel like I have to do this, man, because I've heard you say this before, and you kind of freak me out when you do it. I'm like, but dude, you have more motivation than me and Paul here to get on this stuff and, you know, make people come along. And like, man, it's almost like you overlook that, dude. Like, you know, people, Paul may be going through something, I may be going through something. You never know, man. We don't have maybe we're depressed state more often than, you know, whatever it is, you through discipline shoot beyond that. You know, it's not like me and Paul are doing you know, these things every Saturday in the way you do, man. So like I really think you don't give yourself enough credit, dude, because like, man, you know.
Thank you, man. And another thing too, I am not discounting beliefs at all. Like there's a place for belief in God. And actually, and I would probably dare to say that there are times when I do believe in God or something higher than myself, and it sort of acts as a placebo and it sort of serves me. But the difference is the next day or a few days after, I'm totally unattached to that same way of thinking at that time. And it's because, and I'm fine with that. I'm fine. Like, it used to bother me. Like when I was a Christian, I used to look at that as sin. I used to look at that as, oh, that was doubt creeping in. I got to fight the doubt now. I've got to control that shit too. So I've got to control my own doubt, and I've got to control the doubts of others. And what I've come to realize through my practices now is that you can accept everything. Just let everything pass and go as it comes along. Like some days I believe in God. I'm not even going to lie to you. Some days I'm like driving down the road and I'm like, God, if you're really there, can you help me feel better about this thing or that thing? And it works. And it works a lot better than when I don't do it. But at the same time, I also realize that all of this stuff originates with my physical mind. You know, this is what I call the physical mind. The physical mind creates dualistic thinking. It creates that kind of dualism. And it's very intuitive and it's very helpful, but I snap out of it a lot faster and I'm back to being, you know, my regular skeptical self again. So I'm straddling the line just like anybody else, just like a theist. I think theists are skeptical too. They just might not admit they are. They might say, oh, I believe Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior. But then they also go to these sermons where the preacher's talking about how do we fight doubt? How can we get over moments of doubt? You know, and he helps them get through those processes. It's because they doubt. They have doubts.
Yeah.
But notice something here. You never doubt that your mom is your mom. You never doubt that your friend is who he is and that you got to go to work tomorrow and you got to pay your bill. You never doubt that shit. You only doubt things like gods and devils and those sort of things, right? And so that's a clue to the nature of these concepts. Like there's some concepts that are very concrete, and then there's some concepts that are very ubiquitous, or not ubiquitous, but fluid. They're very fluid.
Yeah.
And those fluid type things are not concrete. They're ever changing, and it depends on your mood. It depends on what you've eaten that day. There's a lot of things. And so when you just look at things for what they are, there's a big freedom in that shit. You are now free to believe whenever you want to believe, and understand it, though. It's okay. You'll change tomorrow, and it's okay. You're not inconsistent. You're not illogical. You're just a human being, you know?
Gentlemen, could I inject one last thing before I have to get off?
Go for it, man.
Yeah, sure.
Cool. I feel like, Cafe, you've given a lot of kind words to us all, and I have some to return for you. You talked about those early days, seeing me talking about things and that. And actually, I want to acknowledge that you've been quite the influence, actually, when it comes to my book, because a few times you'd seen me rambling on and on, using hundreds and hundreds of words to describe a thing, having loads of people contesting it and tell me it's word salad or anything. You sort of cut through the noise, and you spoke to me and said, on more than one occasion, actually, it's like, not only do I agree with you, but did you realize that what you were talking about is called this? And basically gave me one word to encapsulate the whole thing that I was trying to describe within hundreds and thousands. And actually, that was the case with, I think, non-duality, with perennialism, and with self-inquiry, all of which became titles for chapters of my book. So without your influence, actually, I might still be bumbling around, not even being sure exactly what it is I was talking about. I was talking about the themes, but I didn't know the words, and you were able to supply just the knowledge that I needed to really straighten things out.
Man, I effing love that, brother, man. It's beautiful. You're gonna make me tear up, man, because like I kind of like, you know, aside from like the philosophy stuff, it's weird because I've heard this in my life. Like I play a game called Tekken, right? And I'm really good at it. And like there's a guy that's doing really well in the Namco inspired like official tournaments. He's getting first place and stuff. And he came out of nowhere and told me, he's like, "Hey, dude, you're the one that made me play the game this way, dude. I got inspired from you." I'm like, "What the hell?" Like, and man, it came out of left field for me, man. And like to hear you say that, it kind of not only does it remind me of that, but man, I mean, it's very beautiful to hear, because my whole purpose with like speaking to atheists, and I do it often, has always been to sharpen my ability to speak on these topics. You know what I mean? That's always been the point. You know what I mean? And so like, that you got that off of that. And I love the fact that you wrote a book about it, man. I think that's all badass. I've always told, I think I messaged you and I said like, man, you and I got to get together and have a discussion. Life happens. I know we haven't got around to it. Fortunately, man, because my compliments, that's my compliments to you with Scott, because he's so inspired by this stuff, and he actually he made it a point to like, hey, let's have a discussion, like let's do it. If it wasn't for Scott, I would never have sat down, and it never would have got done. But man, I mean, this dude makes it happen, man. And like, it kind of disheartens me to hear him talk in the way that he does, because I really don't think he gives himself enough credit for it. I really think that, maybe it's not blossoming right now, man, but when these things blow up, because like, Alex, Reality Gone Wild, man, of course he loves you, man. You're an emerald, a gem, and when you bring yourself, and like,
he's going to be on next weekend. We're going to have him on the panel, talking about idealism. He goes in on that shit, man.
Yeah, hell yeah. And he's very passionate like you, Scott. He has that, like,
all right, Paul, we'll see you, man.
Yeah.
Oh, man, Paul, man. I love you, brother. I have to take off myself, Scott, man, and maybe we can end it on a good note right here. But yeah, Alex is very inspired like the way you are, dude. And that's what I love about both y'all, man. Y'all both have that, dude. And I think that's why y'all clicked right away, Anyway,
thank you, man.
I'll just end it there, brother, man. Hell yeah, it's always a pleasure speaking to you, man.
Dude, I love it when you call in. I'm always wanting you to call in and come in, because we've hit it off from day one, which was a few years ago. when we did that other channel with Sophia, I think it was. And yeah, we've had a nice long history, and yeah, man, anytime you can join is always a good day for me.
Yeah, hell yeah, man. I don't know if you've seen that link. I have it on my YouTube channel where I have a whole list of like all the stuff I've been I participated in and so forth. You're on there, you know what I mean? You're one of those links, man, because I only put the ones that I really felt that were important to me, you know what I mean? Like if it was a BS, you know, like stupid call, like people not taking it seriously, you know, yeah, of course I'm not gonna post that. I put where people have a genuine curiosity about, you know, the truth, philosophy, so on and so forth, man. You know, and I've always sensed that you from day one. I think the first time I came across you was like I think it was a Clubhouse. You're on a Clubhouse, and I was like, I joined in. I think that was when I first had a conversation. I don't know if you remember, but I think that was the first conversation I ever had with you.
Yeah. I remember that because we were all on a panel. That's right. Yeah. I remember that. Yep.
But, yeah, I mean, that's all I had, and I had to chime in to say it. I know I came in at the tail end, but you know, I at least we got to, you know, phrase it this way. I mean, I love everything y'all said. I mean, Paul, man, thank you, man, big time, dude. I haven't heard that in forever. Someone emailed, like the last time I heard that compliment from Paul. The last time I heard that, man, like I think it was like in the mid 2000s, right? Like between 2000 and 2010 and 2000, some guy said like, man, if you could do this, why don't you like? He's like, man, you pacified me from my depression. Like he was going off in this pedantic mindset. He's like, I didn't realize I could reduce it this way. I thought, you know, like people don't know how to configure reality itself. You know what I mean? Like everyone's so clueless, and like, man, that's why I love Eastern philosophy. I'm pretty sure that's why maybe you love Eastern philosophy, because it kind of shows you that you don't have to be, you know, overthinking things. That you can relax. You know what I mean? And that's what
that's the best approach.
Yeah,
that's the best approach, because you've got to always protect your mentality.
Yeah,
and you have to understand that this is your mentality, your conscious state is your superpower. And if you have to protect it vigilantly, and when you find yourself in an unpeaceful state, which is usually you're going to find yourself in there when you're arguing with people and when your emotions are high, like in a negative way, then you're losing your peace of mind, which is going to affect you physically, which is going to become possibly a bad habit and a pattern, because, you know, all it takes is to do something one time. It becomes your pattern. It's like just like if I have to, like one time I hurt my back from working out, and so I had to take a long few months off from working out, and getting back in the gym and working out was very challenging, because I was like, I remembered how I hurt my back. I remember how soreness feels. I remember just getting up out of the couch to go do physical work was a big challenge mentally. Right. But all it took was one day in the gym, just starting very small, doing one little thing.
You can't see it as a setback. You got to always think it in a positive light.
Just do something. Just do one little step in the right direction. And the next thing you know, you've already reset that pattern. And then you're back at the gym 2 days later, and you're back at it again, and you're back at it, and it grows and grows. And but it can also happen in the negative too, because I used to be in a place in my life where I was very argumentative with people. And it was the only way I knew how to relate to people was through arguments. And so I always found myself angry, and I started developing anxiety problems and temper problems. And it took me a long time to learn how to change that habit and pattern in myself. So what all that taught me is that you have to guard your mental, very, very important, because you can set up bad habits very easily. And you might not even think that you're doing anything wrong. You might think that, oh, I'm just going to, one day I'm in the mood. I want to be nasty to people in public. I'm just in a bad mood. I'm just going to say the shittiest thing I can to the next motherfucker I see. And you do that enough, and that becomes who you are. You're that person. So if you don't want to be that way, never start going down that path, you know, and just always stay vigilant and intentional with everything you do. Set up a goal and be intentional. You know, that's the one thing I've learned, you know.
No, definitely. I think that's with that guy I was talking about through the email. I think that he was trying to portray, he's like, he was trying to articulate that I did that for him. That he's like, you know, he had this thing because like he was doing all these like polysyllabic words, like if it meant anything, like if he was showing off intellectually or something like that. And I'm like, yeah, we can get into the Foxy Nazi nihilopitificatrix if you want to, you know, but it's not necessary. And like, man, you know, and I showed him, he you know, he told me, he's like, man, I've never seen it this way. And you know, a lot of that religious stuff, you know, mystical experience, all that stuff, psychedelics, it's all about changing your perspective. That's all it is.
Yes,
you know
that's what taught me. That's what started me down this road, is when I started screwing around with the psychedelics.
Yeah.
That's what opened me up to this whole new way of looking at things. I didn't take it as I went to heaven or I went to some other realm. I didn't really look at it that way. I just said, I'm in the same reality, but I now know there's a possibility to experience the same reality in an entirely radically different way, which is enough. That's all you need to know.
Hell yeah.
And that'll change you forever.
Yeah, that was the primary point I was trying to bring up. Like, he wants to force it to be something magical, mystical, in the sense of like define the laws of physics. Like, man, you're missing the point, dude. It's not even about that. Like, it's never been about that. You know, like I really believe it. I mean, if this, you know, mystical experiences hold any merit, they're at the very root of religion. It's what prompted. It's the impulse of in our species that prompted us towards religion in the first place. You know what I mean? And they've never been about like, you know, magic or supernatural in the sense that he's talking about. It's always been about fundamentally altering your perception. That's all it's been about, you know? Anyway.
Yeah. And Skywork says, what is spirituality? Is an acquired notion that beings have some kind of spirit that is built on a whole load of beliefs on the nature on one's experience. I would say it can be. People can believe all kinds of things. I wouldn't, for me, that's not what my spirituality is all about. I know that for some people, they call that spirituality. For me, my opinion is just my opinion. I think people that get caught up in beliefs and dogma are not exercising spirituality. They're actually exercising the opposite end of it. They're actually, it's part of spirituality. Part of spirituality is being a believer. Part of spirituality is deconverting or deconstructing. Part of spirituality is being a huge skeptic and doubter of everything, and also growing to go back to question, what is spirituality? What is this thing that we mean by spirituality? Like it's not just the Abrahamic religions. They don't have a monopoly on what it means to be spiritual. It's just that us in the West, we equate, you know, Islam and Christianity and Judaism. We think that's what spirituality is. That may be part of it. It may be part of a life journey. But for me, the real pinnacle of spirituality is when you disassociate from all that and you're able to be free. And you're able to just immerse yourself in this experience we call life, regardless of what it is. When you sort of have this, you're not stuck in your mind. You're able to transcend your thoughts, and you're able to just immerse into experiences and oneness with everything. And that for me, that's spirituality, because it's a transcendent thing. It's a way of transcending. If you're not familiar with what I'm talking about, you're probably going to put a lot of Abrahamic religion interpretation on it. Because when I talk about transcendence, I'm not talking about leaving my body to go to the seventh heaven. That's not what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, you don't have to tell me twice. You know, we're both obviously on the same page with all this. You know what I mean? And
well, I'm talking mainly to Skyworks. So
I know you're addressing the audience, and I would say I think it's funny that the atheists use this word. What is it? Deconstruction, You know, like the ultimate deconstruction for the yogi is like the ego death. It's a deconstruction of the ego. You know what I mean?
That's spirituality.
That's spirituality. They skip it up because they defined it differently. You know what I mean? For them, there is no such thing as spirituality. It's all about just deconstructing the ego. And this is the truest intellectual path. And this is the only way to truth. And, you know, so on and so forth. That's the closed-minded way to look at it. You know? And
it's like spirituality isn't about beliefs. It's about letting go of beliefs. It's about transcending beliefs. It's about getting past. And when I say beliefs, I mean even scientific, you know, beliefs that aren't demonstratively true. That, you know, people think skepticism is primarily a quote unquote left brain type of activity. Like it's the rational thing. It's the anti-spiritual. You know, it's like skepticism is diametrically opposed to spirituality, because in the Western view, spirituality is all about faith. And it's all about beliefs despite the evidence. And it's about, you know, acquiring, you know, all of these teachings from holy books or following particular behaviors that you can read about in your holy books and your churches and your temples and stuff like that. For me, that is not what spirituality is about. That may be part of your journey because we all have to crawl before we walk. But spirituality at the end of it is about letting go of everything until you die. Dying is all about letting go. Like you're going to, as you get older, and I'm lost my hair, I lost my vision, you know, and I'm losing everything else along with it in the process of dying. And so I've lost a lot of beliefs. I've lost a lot of understanding. And to me, this has been freeing me from being attached to my hair, being attached to my physical, you know, eyes and, you know, my physical, you know, what I can do physically. I can't do spinning roundhouse kicks like I used to. You know, I can't do martial arts the way I used to as a young man. I can't do a lot of things. But being spiritual has let me accept all that. It's let me say, this is beautiful because I've had that experience. Now I'm undergoing a change and I'm walking into a brand new experience. I'm enjoying this part of my life, this chapter, and I'm embracing it. And I'm just being a part of the process and just experiencing that process until finally everything goes and I'm worm food, or my body is anyways. And this is what I'm saying is that spirituality isn't about holding on to all these beliefs and everything necessarily. It's really about letting go of ego. And that's really, like you said, Cafe, that's really the bottom line, because ego is where all that attachment lives at, you know?
No, definitely, man. And I wish I had something else to throw on there. I got kind of distracted. My brother texted me, but man, I guess I think that was beautiful, man. I think we should leave it at that. And I'm going to leave it on that note. I have to go see my sister. She just got out of the hospital, so I'm going to go see her. And Nelly, did you want to say anything? I know we've been over talking probably, and you've been sitting there quiet.
Oh, it's fine. I gotta get to my D&D session, so
yeah. Skywork says, no, I don't tie the idea of spirituality to merely Abrahamic beliefs. A lot of people have the idea that spirituality is the essence of life or objects. Yeah, it can be that too. Like there's it just really depends on the person, but I'm only speaking for myself, Skyworks, and through many other traditions. I think Sadhguru would probably say the same thing. Cafe says the same thing. A lot of teachers, a lot of these gurus, a lot of these traditions, especially like the older ones like Buddhism, Hinduism, all of these things, they tend to look at those practices as a whole process of letting go and, you know, just being more at peace with yourself and with the world. But another word for it could be psychology. You could just, if you don't like the word spirituality, if I'm talking to somebody that doesn't resonate with the word spiritual because it has so much baggage, I understand. And I can just use healthy psychology. That's another way to put it.
Matt, Alan Watts would interchange it with maternal, aspect. Like the idea of the mother protecting and giving up, sacrificing and so forth. Like it's like if you don't like the word spiritual, then maternal.
Yeah, maternal, right?
And I before you shut it down, man, one last thing I would say.
Sure, man, go for it.
A lot of people, when you study religion, this is true of myself. I encountered this myself. I remember when I first started studying comparative religion, I was ignorant when I first started out, and I would constantly see the word humility pop up, so often because it's so intertwined with religion. And I never thought to stop. It only happened after I had the experience for myself, and maybe that's what's necessary for people. But I never stopped.
It's on the Grayson scale.
Yeah,
It's actually on the Grayson scale because that's part of it. Is that people lose their identity and they become more humble and for the rest of their life, not just after the experience, but totally for the rest of their life.
Yeah, and I guess the point I was trying to make is that if you don't consider that the naive perspective, the perspective I once held is that you think of this kind of like a wishy-washy concept, like, oh yeah, I can sacrifice things, but you're still doing it from the perspective of your ego, of guilt, of like doing it from ego, like, okay, I'm guilty, I got to do this, maybe I should be a little bit more empathetic and so on and so forth. And with religion, this concept of mystical experience, they're talking about something about like a completely, the ego's not even there anymore. Ego death, that's ultimate humility, and like a lot of the religions are pointing to it, and you can get it confused along the way, and because the ego's still there. But I think the insight comes out of when the ego dies. Like someone told me, okay, all the haters I have and how people give me a lot of stuff for this stuff. You know what I mean? And like one guy was like, man, you don't understand, Cafe. I'm an atheist and I took this high dose of psychedelics. I saw the walls melting. I'm like, man, dude, well, then you missed the point, dude. I can't, it almost convinced me that I was going to die. It almost convinced me I was going to die. I'm like, no. It's not about almost convincing you. The whole point is to die in the experience. And like, Terrence McKenna even would say, he's like, if you only thought you were gonna die, you had the trip and you only thought you were gonna die, then you did too little.
Yeah, you did too little, man. I'm telling you. Yeah, I'm telling you. When I did my first one, they had to hold me down, and my brother like held me by the chest and in there, pushed my chest so that I couldn't breathe, and then he let up, so I sucked it all in, and I just felt like I was gone. I was dead.
Yeah,
I was like, I told him, you killed me, man. You killed me, man.
Oh, that was it. Okay, man, you just reminded me of what I was going to say right now, because like I talked to JL, and a lot of people consider JL real familiar with the topics, but I'm like, man, as intellectual as he is, and he is, man, he real fast talker, at the edge of everything, at the edge of his mind. I admire the dude. I think he's cool. But when it comes to psychedelics, I had fun. I'm like,
dismissive.
Yeah. Right away when someone says they had fun, like I'm like, already that's a sign, because like you said, it's an ordeal.
It's an ordeal. It's not fun. It's like, Jesus.
Yeah, it's not fun. Like what you just described, that was my kind of first experience too, man. My brother was like looking at me on the floor, like, if they're gonna kill you, they're gonna kill you. He had no sympathy whatsoever, dude. Like I was begging him to stick his fingers down my throat and like make me vomit it. He's like, I'm not gonna stick my fingers down your throat. If they're gonna kill you, they're gonna kill you, man. I sat there thinking, I'm like, man, this is it. I'm gonna die.
Hydro can be fun, cocaine can be fun, but DMT is not fun.
It goes back. This is why they don't call it a heroic dose for nothing.
Yeah, man. Dude, it was a forced thing. It's like every day when I went to Texas with Sophia, we would do it, but it was like, are you ready? I don't know. Give me a few. I'd have to think about it, and let me go do this first, get this out of the way. Then I was like, you ready now? I'm like, Not yet. Let me, it was like, it wasn't something I was looking for. I wanted to do it, but it was forced.
Yeah.
But I did it, and I was really glad I did it. But when it came to do it again, it always is like, I don't want to do it no more. It took me a time to want to do it again. And it wasn't like I wanted to do it.
Yeah.
It's kind of like,
definitely, man. I always have a chat with myself. If I haven't done it in a while, it's been like 3 years, I want to say, since I've done like a really high dose. And like, I know if I ever approached it again, I would have a chat with myself. Like, man, do I really want to get myself into this shit again? Like, man, because it takes dedication. Like the guy,
man.
Yeah, the guy sent you the freak. When he was talking like the KP chat, like, hey, are you atheist serious? Are you trolling? Are you like? I love the way he put it. Because I never. The reason I never say it like that in front of atheists, because they always accuse me of like, oh, you're just trying to get people to do drugs. I'm like, okay, I have to avoid that. Let me say, okay, what about meditation? You know what I mean? Like I never come out up front and just say it like that. And I love that he said it, and that's why I clipped it. You know what I mean? Because like, hey, I didn't say it. You know what I mean? Don't accuse me of saying it. Yeah. Like I was on.
Yeah, you got to be careful with your words, right?
Yeah. Gretchen stream last night. I'll probably join tonight. Because like I was wasted last night. I don't even remember what happened towards the end.
Wow. I want to get. I've got some sticky icky over here after I get back from seeing my sister. Hopefully, let's do it, man. And hey, tomorrow, make sure you come through to OE's channel. All you guys tune in tomorrow. I think he's going to come on at 3.
The last time he was talking to me, he didn't like me, man. He told me to F off and like, you're dishonest and all this stuff. Like,
who said that?
OE. If you
really? Wow. Okay.
If you could talk to him, I'll be down. I'll be down, of course. But
okay.
Man,
okay.
I'm surprised. I'm like, dude. I'm only like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe he was going through something personal. Something happening behind the scenes that I know about. I don't know. You know what I mean? It just kind of caught me off guard. But anyway, hey, talk to him, brother. Man,
I'll
been
talk
lovely,
to him, man.
Man, it's lovely, dude. Man,
we love you too, man. I love all you guys and audience members out there. I love you too. And make sure you like and subscribe if you're new to the channel and you're stumbling onto it, because we have these conversations once a weekend. We try to have our meetings where we get to talk about all this deep stuff, and it's a lot of fun. Yeah. But man, we're gonna pick this up later. I'll see you guys tomorrow. And next week we're gonna do, like I said, the panel with OE and Brooklyn Lou and Reality Gone Mental, Alex K, and others as well. I think Nelly, you're gonna be there too, right?
Yeah, I'll be there.
Cool. So we're gonna have a nice full panel, and we're all just gonna argue about all the shit that atheists hate.
Hey, that's I didn't tell, dude. I effing love Alex in the same way I love you, man. And
man.
Exy Music, I see you in the chat all the time. I always want to get you to come. I know Scott's been trying to lure you up here, but he never come up. But maybe one day, man.
Yeah. Good night, Skyworks, man. It's always fun. Love having you guys. And well, let me get out of here. I'm kind of running late, and we're gonna chop it up soon. Hopefully tomorrow.
All right.
See, brother.
See y'all.
All right, man. We'll see y'all. Bye-bye.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.